Mics are hot.
Hello and welcome to the Badass University All Stars Playday 3, where we're going to get into some good university teams where they're just battling it out for a large prize pool of I think it's about £1,500. And I am one of your casters for this evening. I'm going to take you through all of these games. I'm Cairo, joined today as someone we don't usually see on the casting desk. It's Pete. How's it going, bro?
It's going really great. Yeah, really excited to see the first two matches especially and see kind of what these teams have to offer. Obviously, I've been behind the scenes for a lot of this, but
Yeah.
obviously being on the front end of all of it, I mean, it's a very different kind of experience, and I'm really happy that we get to do some really good games today.
Well, I'm excited. You know me, Peak, nice and reliable, always available for every single broadcast that comes about. So I'm just excited to get through all these games. You know what? First one coming up, it's Team Alpha versus IOM. And with these two teams coming up against each other, I mean, we've got IOM. They were in the final last year. You were producing it. You saw exactly
Hmm.
how they were. I mean, how do you think they're coming into this season, considering last week they actually lost?
Hmm. Well, I mean, IOM have always been a team. I mean, we've seen them every season since what, season two?
Yeah,
And I feel like the Ludens have the same kind of struggles. They're gonna come in just a little bit rusty, but I feel like they'll find their feet. But
yeah,
you know, in the first week they got their bye, so they've had a bit. They've already had their break very early on in the season. But again, like you said, they did lose last week, but it was an 8-7 loss against the Ludens.
yeah,
So I mean, it's not the best, and obviously Ludens have got their break this week, but
yeah,
it's a really hard one to call because Ludens and IOM, we've seen the match time and time again. We've
yeah.
seen the same rosters battle up against the same rosters, and it's really hard to call. And obviously going up against Team Alpha today, who are
Mhm.
looking pretty strong, but Alpha have only been able to get 4 points with two overtime victories.
Yeah.
So I mean, neither of these teams have seen anything in regulation so far.
I
So it
think
could
it's
be really interesting.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it is really interesting when you're in this early in the season because we're trying to get a feel for teams how exactly we're going to play. Because when you think about it, well, you have IOM that lost 8-7, close match, and then you look towards Team Alpha, who, well, they've only, as you said, got two overtime wins. And with that being said, I mean, they still have a really good roster. I mean, you've got Reich and Aztec that actually went
Mm.
on to win the full thing last year. And I mean, let's be honest, it was a pretty dominant fashion in the way that they won. It's really interesting to see them coming back and then almost build a new roster around themselves and to see how they're kind of playing out. And already they're not putting a foot wrong all too much if you consider the two overtime wins.
Yeah. I mean, should we find out where we're actually going today for these teams? I mean, because
Yeah,
it really depends on where they're going, what they're going to be doing,
yeah,
and I feel like it could really go either way. So obviously the auto bans, seeing their way all the way from season two to now, Clubhouse in Oregon, two maps
yeah.
have played fairly often. So I'm actually really happy we're not gonna do anything
Yeah.
special. But yeah.
Well, it's interesting here because Clubhouse in Oregon was kind of a staple of I was Team Nine last season. Villa, kind of another staple, which is interesting. I mean, Team Nine last season they were very much like let's go for the kind of standard CAF Villa Clubhouse Oregon. They're gonna take out Coastline Team IOM, and I've always felt as if their map pool is a little bit weak. They always kind of ban away Coastline, Chalet, etc. So it'll be interesting to see what else they're thinking about. They don't need ban Consulate anymore. That was also another one of the
Mm.
staple bans. But if we just move on to bands a little bit more, Cafe and Bank, interestingly enough, which does leave us with Chalet, which IOM have actually opted for. So that is a fairly interesting one there, Peak. And I believe, if I remember correctly, if I just have a wee look, no, neither of these teams have played Chalet yet on this map. If we think back to last season, Team 9 played Chalet quite a lot.
Yeah. I mean, they're a very dominant team, and they can be a very dominant team. But like we've
Yeah,
been talking about, like the team of Team Alpha, it's especially because from like my standpoint, and all of the
yeah.
staff know this, and Max, I'm sure knows this as well. Coming from a player to admin, every season, before beginning of every season, there is always the entire roster go, "Oh, this team's too good. I can't play. Like it's just too good." And then time after time after time, every season it doesn't go well
Yeah,
because you can form a ridiculously powerful team
yeah. I mean,
beyond any compare. And it's just yes, they can do well, as we saw last season where team 9 that didn't do too well in
no,
season and then really prove themselves in playoffs.
no. I believe it was Combat Wombats that didn't do too great in the
Mm,
main season, then eventually improved. But Team 9 at the start of the season didn't do well either,
mm,
and then they improved again and kind of snuck into the top of the table without no casters kind of picking up the kind of
mm.
snowballing form.
Yeah, well, I mean, Team 9, had a bit of a shaky season. Yeah, they lost what? Yeah, 3 games in a row, and then
Yeah.
started to pick up the pace. But yeah, like Combat Wombats really being a sleeper team this season as well.
Yeah,
Because,
without a doubt. I mean, there's so many teams that are sleeper teams, in my
mm,
opinion, here peak, when we look at the players that are in. And the good thing is like the quality keeps improving with Badass. I mean, you've got Cyber,
mm,
etc., coming into the fold. All these teams are continuously improving. And the best thing is, you've already said, the favourites have never actually won a Badass season.
yeah, and they do come close. I'll give you that. They do
Yeah,
come close, but it doesn't come close enough.
yeah, that's
And
it. I mean, when you go,
there's so much more. There's so much more to it, especially
yeah,
of all of the hundreds and hundreds of games that both of us have played, casted, and
yeah,
it never goes well because yes, you can have a team of top level fraggers, but if you don't have anything else to bring to the table against a team that does,
yeah.
it's it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the two teams when I played. It was Sniper Monkeys and Chimp Hunters when they were playing,
Yes.
and like they never kind of lived up to the heights, and that's just like it was so disappointing. But hey ho, I mean, we'll need to see exactly how we are going to get on. I'm waiting to see Brad if when we're going to get the R's cascading through chat. It might be a little bit until that, but I mean, it's still really exciting when we look towards the full season and we look towards who's taking what. We've got dealt a bad hand who actually have a fairly decent roster. I've actually
Mm,
managed to hit the bottom of the table. And I never expected them to be down there. I mean, it is only 2 weeks in,
mm.
but I mean, I've got to ask you here, Pete. Who is your favourites for the season? Being the guy who's behind the scenes, you're the one that like they've seen all the drafts, etc. You know exactly what's happening. For you, in your opinion, who are your favourites for this season?
Okay, I mean, obviously, I'm always gonna love a team that's less on my plate. So the
Yeah,
less trouble you make, the easier it's gonna be for me. But no, as I say that, I've played with a lot of the people who are currently playing in the seasons,
yeah,
and obviously one of your favorites, I'm gonna guess, is IOM, because of Rose.
yeah.
Um, no, I think Luden's being with us from season one.
Oh,
It's a very strong one. Obviously, Combat Wombats, just
yeah,
with a all-out roster, you just can't beat it.
yeah,
But if I don't know because everything's on the plate. Delta Bad Hand they have a very actually good roster,
yeah,
and it's not something that I would have expected. I don't know why, but it's
yeah,
not like other teams who have there's a standout player.
yeah.
Like
I
most
agree.
teams you have that, but DBH, like it's just everyone.
Yeah, yeah. It's just see the thing is though we look at all the teams right, and I know like we always have a kind of reflective point where we have to sit and look at what we're gonna do, what narratives we're gonna drive for the next week, and when we look at it, every team has the potential to beat like anybody else. You know what I mean? If they turned up on their day, I mean, we've got IOM and Ludens who are like always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like you know what I
Mm,
mean? They never can win a season. They always get to the finals. It's just heartbreaking. I mean, Team Alpha, you've got the kind of returning Reich and Aztec duo. Can they continue? I mean, Cyber's coming into Sleepy Gang. You looked at Rank
yeah,
Monkeys. You've got Wave, Nom the Nom. I just can't pick a team that I would go right. Like I have obviously tendencies to like a team because of like how'd you put it? Like because I've got friends in the team. But
yeah,
all in all, I still couldn't say like this team is going to win it.
yeah. I mean, it's very like you've said. It's you just can't bet on things like that
Yeah,
at all because it's anything can happen, especially with it. Like players say so many things so many times, but it's why we implemented the 8-team playoff.
Yeah,
And it's not the case of like, oh, group stage over, top four, go to
yeah,
LAN. But it's the case of, yes, if you're first place, you get an automatic ticket to LAN.
yeah,
But second to ninth,
yeah,
you still have everything to play for. Like second, third, fourth, and fifth, you have 2 lives. Everyone
yeah,
else, you're fighting for that position. You're fighting for that money. You're fighting to be at the LAN, and there
yeah,
is so much for you to be able to do. And
yeah,
it's definitely it. I feel like it's a better system than especially what we used to have. Going
yeah.
all the way back to like the 3 double elimination brackets. But it's it's definitely interesting.
I like it because I mean, if we didn't have this new bracket, we wouldn't have had the combat wombats like
Oh yeah.
run from the lower bracket all the way to the end. I mean, we wouldn't have had the crazy games. I mean, I think if I remember correctly now, if things go the way of last season, does that mean that we basically have every team confirmed for playoffs?
Potentially.
Is that how it works? And
Oh
basically,
yes, because no one's automatically eliminated this time.
so that makes it really interesting because people are essentially playing for that double life bracket.
Yes, because the thing
So
is, like, it. I don't think so far we've seen a team that definitely stands out. So, oh, they're immediately getting that free lifeline to land.
yeah,
But
exactly.
it's now a case of every playday counts.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the thing is though, is you could chill back and relax and be like, oh, we've got a playoff spot. But at the same point, I mean, there's still so much to play for. 2 lives in a playoff bracket is absolutely huge, as well as a free ticket to LAN. Basically handed, there you go. Pack up your stuff, pack up your keyboard. You're basically going. I mean, this is the thing. People would actually underestimate how good this could be. But at the same time, no, peak. It's a totally different scenario. We need to see
Yeah.
if things actually work out the way they're meant to. I mean, IOM straight away. I mean, they've only got 1 point. That's another big, well, technically 4, but only one
Hmm.
point so far. That's a big roster that has fallen to the wayside. Can they get back? We'll need to see as we are getting ready to get into this game.
I think yeah, we're just waiting for everyone else to join the lobby, and I think we're just waiting for everyone else to join the lobby. But Chalet, it's one of those maps which I'd fairly say is pretty unpredictable for the most part.
Yeah,
And you don't really know what's going to happen because everyone brings different things. Like some teams you'll see just bring just everything fraggy to the
yeah,
table, and some you won't see anything.
yeah.
And I just find it very interesting.
I'm just going to ask you, do we have, I was going to say, oh, do we have the stats? But no, we're going to get straight into this game. Lovely.
We're still waiting for everyone else to join in the lobby. Just on what interesting screen. But yeah, we can definitely have a look at who's in the lobby.
Yep.
Oh,
Here we go.
there we are.
Finally. Oh, this is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. The stats and everything. Look at this. Straight away, we've got to look towards this. TG7 on 0.69. Nice. But I mean, Deathly and Benji, they've not really been up to scratch either. Obviously, this is only going off 1 game for IOM, but then we look towards Alpha Team. A lot of the players are chipping in. Look at that rating. Look at those KDs. Look at the way that Lacoste works out. 75% on Reich, 72 on T-Rex number 1. Ooh, peak. This is looking feisty.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Team Alpha coming in with a lot stronger stats, but it's Reich with that 1.39 and Scipio with that 1.38
Yeah,
is interesting to say the least. Like I said, it's only on 1 game, as you can see from the definite KD differences between the two.
yeah,
So it's I can't really say too much because although yes, you can say that they're doing their job, but definitely with that 0.8, but has an OKD of 4-3.
yeah,
But then you also have Reich, which is on the 7-3.
yeah. Yeah, the
What?
entry. Yeah, the Reich is an absolute entry god. I just don't understand it. How he manages to find the kills that he does. A man just like you know what? I would try to explain it, but the man's just a mechanical god in terms of how he's been playing exceptionally, especially on last season,
Yeah.
where he was just able to pop off, find aces, find rounds, pull them out. I don't even know where he was pulling them out, but he was pulling them out of places that, I mean, we didn't even know that he had. At the end of the day, if we're gonna like consider anybody favourites, any team with Raikkonen as a favourite.
I mean, yeah, it's he brings so much to the table, and I don't think you can credit him enough for that.
I
So
totally, yeah,
yeah,
I totally agree.
yeah, so we're just waiting for one more to join that lobby, as we'll be underway very shortly. But it's like, let's go back to Chalet. What are you expecting? Operator ban wise, because it's one of those maps where you don't necessarily have to ban Thatcher, which
Yeah,
leaves another attacker in the open, which everyone's terrified of because Thatcher's always banned.
yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the thing is though, the two main defensive bans I'm going to see is Valkyrie and Mira. Not because like I'm expecting these two teams not to be great on bans etc. It's just these two operators are just amazing. You think about where
Yeah,
you can hide those black eye cams. Think about the Mira placements on towards bar gaming. Like when I think towards down to that second site, she can be so useful. On top of that, I don't know if Thatcher. I don't know if you can leave Thatcher up. You think about it. You think about the breachability on the map. There's absolutely huge amounts, especially on towards top fireplace. There's two great walls. If we go towards basement, we've got two walls down there. You think towards kitchen. I mean, you need to sometimes to get rid of hatches, get rid of walls. It can be extremely troubling for teams. In terms of the second attacker ban, I would expect probably a Flores, just because
mm,
the Argentinian not so great at getting rid of utility, displacing people, and then we probably see a great use of mute on the defensive side if that does come, if that doesn't get banned. So all in all, I'm expecting some kind of bans along those lines, probably centric towards keeping utility safe and etc. like that way.
yeah, and well, I mean, for defense, I want to see something funky, but
Yeah,
again, IOM, somewhat strat based, somewhat aggressive, but Alpha, you've just got gunners after gunners after gunners.
yeah,
And I would not be surprised if we saw a lot of Solarium takes,
yeah,
over the standard library fluke take.
yeah,
And then going for that aggression over strategy can sometimes work out,
yeah.
but Chalet is one of those maps which I'm kind of questioning if it can.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there's so many if buts and maybes about this, and that's the worst thing about it because we could sit and prophesize and sit and come up with so many theories about what's going to happen, right? And then we get into the lobby, and then it's like, oh, we're going to ban Thatcher and Monty. What else we're going to ban on the defense? Yeah, we'll just go for the Falcon and Mira ban because we just can't be bothered with it. I mean, is that sometimes the way teams think? I mean, especially we saw Ludens, they've banned Jackal quite a lot. They don't like that operator at all, especially on Chalet. I don't know. We'll need to see exactly how things go on, but I think we are just about ready, if I'm not mistaken.
Just waiting for teams to ready up, and we will be right in. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know what much more we could say about Chile, or more we could say about both of these teams. We
Yeah,
have gone through so, but yeah. So we've already talked about how fraggy that Team Alpha can be, but should we just have a little peek back to what happened last season with
yeah,
IOM?
yeah,
Because
without a doubt.
we can say that they didn't do too well in this, that, or the other, but they made it pretty far.
Yeah,
With the final, they just losing out on the final there, but they made it through the lower bracket.
yeah,
They did so much and then ended up second with 17 points in regulation
yeah,
is quite impressive.
yeah. And the thing is, though, they did actually almost just miss out on the top spot that would have guaranteed them going to LAN. And I think that came down to the final Playday, if I'm not mistaken. And actually, I think it actually came down to the last round. And the thing that stopped
Mm.
that round, wait to hear this, was Scipio tried to nade from below, missed the nade, dropped down on him and killed him, which therefore left Team 9 in an advantage. And when you're on an advantage on Clubhouse, it just ended up in them decimating the rest of IOM, which is absolutely so heartbreaking when you think about if they had maybe like won that, could have been a completely different playoff bracket, completely different everything. It really is heartbreaking.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so as we finish off that, we are going to go into our game. Chalet Alpha versus IOM. So many things could happen. Where do we start? Where do we finish? But there's only one way we can find out, and that's going straight in.
Yes, exactly. Straight into the French Alps. We're going to see exactly how good both teams actually are. I hope they've got their skiing boots on because, well, it could potentially be all downhill for one of these teams. Thatcher banned out straight away. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's deceiving how much the breaching can actually be on this map. Thatcher obviously getting taken out straight away. Not want to take any chances with that. The second ban, though, I prophesied Flores, but it's an ace, interestingly enough. I mean, that AK gun, absolutely huge on the fire rate, the damage, as well as the utility that he brings. A fairly good operator all in all, and not a bad ban.
Uh, Not surprised about the ace because especially on if you're going for fluke, it's so easy to get rid of. But with Hibana and Thermite, you have to get yourselves in those positions to completely just risk your life. I mean, Hibana not so much, but you still have to be within that range. Mira coming off the board, not a surprise, especially with the downstairs and bar defenses. She's going to be a lot more powerful.
This last one we're expecting there is a Valkyrie. I believe IOM asked Reich exactly who he wanted to ban, so they banned out the Mira for him. And I mean, that's just good sportsmanship. We love to see that in Badass. People being like really nice to each other. And if I remember last time, I don't know if this is true, but I think there was a bit of rivalry between IOM and Reich, but I'm not too sure about that.
I mean, there's always rivalries when Reich's involved, so it's definitely going. Okay, sorry to cut off there, but first, okay, we had the mirror ban, but the first site being bar.
That is interesting, but maybe they're just trying to throw people off. I was wondering why Scipio was taking Blackbeard. Now he's went to the other operator of Finca. Finca's obviously had a real rise recently, peak when we think towards the fact that she has 2 nades and that gun 6. A lot of utility can be done just by that one operator. So I mean, I'm not surprised that she's been brought. Going back to your bar gaming point, I honestly just think they're just trying to throw people off guard. I honestly think that's all this is.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a more off pick, but not an off pick in terms of sites, but especially for a first site with the bans we just saw. So, definitely going to be a strong stepping stone for Alpha to get these rounds in if they can throw IOM off. So, very standard kind of take of standard setup we're seeing here. So, how can they really fight this? I mean, you have the nades from Scipio and from DJ, but you also, if Beng's brought those hard breach charges, they now have 2 of, has really given a lot more ways to kind of play this map.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, this is the thing, though. With that being said, with the fact that just the fact that like you can give one more extra hard breach charge, and essentially you could probably disregard the hard breach on most maps, especially like if you think towards coastline. You don't really need to bring any hard breach anymore. You can just start bringing other operators that maybe you'd think you couldn't before. Maybe start bringing a lion, bring the buck. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But right now, I mean, Benji bringing that buck, he looks as if he's actually preparing to maybe go up West Main. This could potentially be a rush here.
It could be a lobby.
Is
Is it a lobby rush?
maybe think so because all of IOM are on that first floor.
I mean, you've got people either outside main door or outside garage. They are going to rotate, but lobby's free for the taking apart from the person up on mezzanine stairs. So they are going to... Okay, it looks like they're going to go for a more formal take. But like you were saying, those hard breach charges on Buck, there is so much you can do with them. But I would kind of disagree for Coastline because you kind of need to bring some kind of hard breach, especially for that new VIP wall. So, having these operators with 2 hard breach charges gives you an option to not bring a hard breach, to bring that buck, to bring new operators to the field that you didn't really see, which is why we're seeing that Finker being brought a lot more now that she has those nades back. So much more utility to use. But as we see they execute somewhat common sight, they're gonna looking like a more two-dimensional take here, considering they have a lot of vertical presence, but just trying to pick some off from the main door here. But they need to get rid of the person on mezzanine, because otherwise it's going to be so tough to take.
Seems as if IOM are really taking their time here, and they're starting to get worrying because of how much you need to do on the bar gaming site. Again, I use the word deceivingly quite a lot, but this is quite a deceiving site. Already we are seeing finally IOM make their move up towards the office area peak, where they need to clear Ivy Stairs and Mezzanine, as you've already said. Look at all those with my discs. Oh my god, it's like a spider's web of utility.
You've got four my gadgets and 2 ADSs. You are not getting rid of that shield, no matter what you do.
Yeah, and this is the thing though, like, this is IOM's fault because they've taken so long to actually get rid of the amount of stuff that's there. Like, you look at this, there's still plenty of utility to go. They have managed finally to get rid of it, but there's 30 seconds left.
I mean, there's not many things you can do in this scenario. You have to get aggressive, but a lovely shot from Scipio coming out, and another one from Beng, starting to shut down Team Alpha, but Aztec tries to respond, but one's already in sight. The Nomad, can they get trying to potentially get the plant down? But it's a 1v3. Right, we've talked him up so much. Are we going to see yet another ace on the first round of Chalet? But no. Fuser goes down. It's still a 1v2 scenario. Right, with that vertical play there. But, Scipio and DJ holding all the angles that they need. There is not much time to do it, so Reich needs to hurry this up.
He really does. He's kind of trying to pre-fire walls, trying to see if he can find angles. He looks the wrong way though, and DJ7 with open arms will pick that round up. I was really worried with exactly what IOM were doing, but they managed to pick up the Ivy Stairs players pretty quickly, and then after a huge flurry of kills there, peak, we saw IOM pick up that first round. Well played from them, but at the same time, we still have to highlight the fact that there was discrepancies in their attack, and the fact that that easily could have went the other way.
They had 30 seconds. And I think for the chat, they didn't have an idea of the site until it was 30 seconds remaining. And honestly, pretty impressive, because they got rid of 6 different Dinar gadgets that they had to get rid of that shield on top blue. But they executed that so well. They knew they needed to get aggressive, and they did. All they had left was a 1v3 when plant went down. So it says a lot about how much IOM can adapt. But honestly, Alpha should have had that round.
Yeah. Without a doubt, it's just if the BM doesn't stop from IOM, and it's not even like infuriating at BM. It's just like them being IOM, which is
pure
absolutely
BM.
obvious.
I mean, there's so much of it.
Do you know what the good thing is? Do you know what I'm happy to see is the fact that DG7's back. Like, I just miss that guy. Like, I want to see more Twitter memes. Where are the Twitter memes actually? I've not seen any in a while.
I haven't seen any since last season from DJ.
DJ, you need to pick it up, man.
I'm kidding. Oh no! Okay,
No.
Yeah, just been informed he is retired from the IOM Twitter and gone to the extra one instead. Oh, it's a shame.
That's the biggest asset to Buell lost, apart from Fungus.
We've still got the resident memer on Fungus, so it's all good. But okay, like I was saying in the pre-show here, but yeah, it looks like a very big Solarium take coming out from IOM. Alpha not having too much utilities, a lot of it was expended more towards piano side, so it could be a slightly easier take from IOM here.
You see that, but already we've seen a little bit of utility being rotated as the smoke actually removed the shield from piano and put it in towards the closed area. I don't know if you picked that up by the outlines. So that's going to be really interesting to see how IOM interacts with that. They do need to gain control of Solarium before they want to actually put through the execute Scipio below the man trying to do that. And it looks as if Atlantic is going to be the one to actually contest them through the vertical hole. So already we are seeing some gunfights starting to kind of almost formulate here. Already a lot of utility being burned. They're trying to get this Wamai, but it doesn't seem as if they're able to do so. Actually getting some damage in return, but looks as if Atlantic is going to get shut down with a Scipio moving straight up in and taking him out.
But yeah, I don't think Atlantic knew that Scipio was coming up. The staircase is there, but they have a very strong hold of Solarium now. All 4 on that side of the map. But the thing is, that's where Alpha now need to focus all of their utility, all of their attacks, and a lovely shot coming out from Mr. Joe there. that's the Maverick down, that's a set of nades down, but Rose replies onto Reich. You know, a very big asset to Alpha's team, already down with that weapon down, but Trex replies onto Rose. Jeez, a nice little to and fro here, but a 2K from Scipio. How do you let him walk in? You have one in closet.
I don't exactly know how that's happened, but Deathly's getting the plant down anyway. T-Rex, number 1. Well, he's got to be the one to clutch this one off as the 42nd. What?
Scipio!
Manages to DQ
What?
Benji and Deathly picks up the kill. What the hell was that?
That round, you had Scipio walk into site, past closet, and take down 2 of them. And then you have Trexno just casually walking into closet. How do you let them get away with this? It's
I have
just
absolutely no clue.
the amount of monkey energy I am seeing so far this game is unbelievable, but loving it. But we are going to go back to bar, though. So completely leaving kitchen and downstairs alone. Alpha obviously having something a little bit better, hopefully a little bit better up their sleeve this time around.
I don't know. Maybe IOM will be a little bit... I don't know. There's so many things with that bar defense that went wrong from attack to defense. All in all, I'm so confused about everything that went on. But well, the good thing is as well, I think it's almost the exact same setup, which could potentially help out IOM here, because I mean they're essentially doing the exact same thing as last time here, Pete. But maybe a little bit quicker. We'll need to see if that does end up helping them out. There'll be less with my utility as well, which will be a big bonus if they do actually manage to friggin' get things done. But we'll need to see if that is the case.
It's definitely interesting, but they are setting up the vertical this time, potentially hoping for a more library-esque take this time. But obviously the BM coming out yet again from the side of IOM. I don't really know, because the thing is they could go for the vertical take again, but they know how much utility's up there. Because Alpha haven't really changed up how they're defending this time, but IOM need to take this quicker. Although yes, they did win the last round of pure aggression, they still need to start taking these, because if you keep leaving 30 seconds on the clock, you're just not going to do too much better. But I don't know if this missed drone top 4 yet, because one has creeped his way into bathroom.
We'll need to see if that is potentially a huge point in the map here. Because Aztec is kind of on that Romer's highway there, Pete. He's down below. I believe there is some drones running about as we do see that those kind of orange outlines. Looks like Deathly is the one to be the first entry there. They are going to drone out the Jaeger, and well, he's probably going to go back towards those main stair area. That's probably a big point of contention that I want to point out, is that main stairs area to go towards basement sometimes is actually neglected by teams. And I mean, me and you have played staff up. I don't know how many times I've played Fresh walking up those stairs and just absolutely doming me. But like, the point I wanted to make was the fact that, like, again, that's another big point that people need to actually watch out for. Another big thing that you watch out for is this bomb that's going to come out in Atlantic's positioning.
Atlantic is in a very risque situation here, and Scipio needs to clock onto it, or it's not going to go too well, but Scipio takes him down. That's the Goyo off the board. That's a C4 down. Atlantic not having the best game here, going 0-3 so far, but that's also the Goyo shield down. That is most of the utility, for all of the utility from top floor, as they have no more shields to hide behind.
Yep, this is it. It's all going to be down to the gunfights now because there is a minute left. IOM have got 30 seconds more than last time, and well, they're using it to perfection. Sorry, as well, they've managed to actually pick up another kill, but Rose is traded out. Looks as if they are just trading out more and more. Deathly picking up a double. It's all up to Aztec, but he needs to hit his shots. Can't seem to hit anything. And well, with Azofia with an LMG, you can just potentially just hold the left click button. Scipio's peppering Aztec with bullets. He's down to about half HP here, Pete. And well, the 40-second clock has begun.
I mean, Aztec not having the best of games either. We're still going 0-2, but he can definitely pick up some freebies here. I don't think they know he's walking up blue stairs, as no one's currently watching it. But they do have very strong sight presence. All they need is to hold out just that little bit longer. And Deathly, after getting a 2k on sight, picks up his third. And that is that's a lovely 3 rounds for IOM there.
Absolutely. I mean, IOM just seemed to come alive. I don't know why. I've not heard anything down the scrim vine either, which is weird. So with that being said, Pete, IOM really are just kind of going ham here and just really being able to manipulate Alpha's defenses. I don't know if this is maybe something from last season where Reich's team weren't able to wake up in time, as we have seen that they have went 8-6 twice, but they're really letting IOM into this game here. And with that being said, I can easily see them win this next round and take a huge advantage on Chalet because, well, deceivingly again, Chalet, it's not actually that attacker sided. It's very defender sided when you think towards, your top floor and your bar game sites.
Yeah, and they're slipping on little bits, and that little bit is intel. Because yes, they have all of the gadget denial in the world on the on the Jaeger and Ramai. They've been bringing most rounds. They've opted off of the Ramai this time for just that little bit more, intel on the side of Malusi with those 3 Banshees and the camera. So very interesting there, but something I kind of do want to see, especially sometime today on Chalet, would potentially be the castle buff. Because with that additional barricade, you could do a lot with sights. But IOM opting for a very different kind of take here, going for a more library by the looks of it, from where everyone spawned. But they've rotated all their utility rounds to Solarium. So that's interesting.
That is interesting. It's this is where the mind games come into it. And when you're seeing 2 good teams play against each other and you're seeing the utility being rotated, etc., and them trying to play into each other, it does start to get to the point where this is the point in Siege that I really like. It looks as if T-Rex number 1 and Reich have actually managed to realise that this is where IOM are actually going to come from, and the players on site, I imagine, will start to rotate their own utility again, which could potentially waste time on drones, etc. Maybe leave Gap. The only gap is the one in Rose's skull. He has a bullet through it. And well, they now know exactly where T-Rex is. Reich has started to get aggressive, and Deathly actually looking to match the aggression. Does pick up Reich as he looks the wrong way, and that's a huge kill, evening up the man count. As I see that T-Rex number 1 still on his rampage. They can't seem to shut him down, and finally they do so. The roam has been shut down, but not without losing 2 massive players in the Maverick and the Nomad.
I mean, definitely putting in work there with those 2 kills, completely getting rid of any presence that they had on that library side of the map. But if we definitely shut down, I mean, it's going to be very hard for them to take it back, but they can still get main breach open. Because you have the nades, you have the hard breach charges, but the person in bars making it awfully hard for Scipio to even get near that front door. So, a minute left on the clock. It's a 2v3 for IOM. Keeping up the momentum that they've had so far, Alpha really need to bite back here. They need this round to get back on the horse, to get that morale back to the place it was. So, coming down to that 55-second mark, it's you having Atlanta getting very ballsy, but a rush onto site. It wasn't the smartest of moves. Scipio tries to go in, but Mr. Joe shuts him down, and that early aggression just wasn't matched by the rest of the team for IOM.
Yep, that's it. And, well, there we go. T-Rex number 1 He was on top there, peak, and I mean that's exactly what you need, especially on that. And I am seeing two sites that I never thought that I would see, and two sites that I hate to see. Wine cellar and snowmobile garage is being brought out, and now usually when I see this, I'm playing Staff Hub and I'm hearing demo in my ear, and he's like, "No, no, no, trust me, I got some funky stuff to be playing on this." But no, we're actually
Before he
seeing it,
kicks
and
off the soundboard.
no, but we actually seen Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage being brought out by Team Alpha. Now, if you are an avid comp launcher, if you have been kind of keeping your tabs on the meta, etc., you shall know that Snowmobile and Garage is only necessarily brought by NA teams, and the win rate on this site is not great.
It's not, but if you've been watching the NAL the past few days, and you will, it's been a very prominent site because I don't know what it was about the NAL that really brought it out for this site, but it was just a very different kind of take. It was, you had a lot more utility and a brand new way to play the site. So I don't know if they've been doing their research, but if it can be an all right site to hold, but they're gonna have to prove me right.
Well, they certainly are, and looks as if Atlantic is going to be the one to roam for this site, and we need to see if IOM are good on their roam clear or if they'll completely disregard him, just set up the flank cams and just go about their business. It will be a lot more focus on towards that main breach first, as we do see lots of players round about that area. I imagine this is going to get Maverick tricked, but interestingly enough, Pete, I don't know if this is bugged, but this actually can't be Maverick tricked. I don't know if you know this.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, it really, like, people think that you can Maverick trick it, and then they go to do it, and then they're like, wait, why is this not working?
But okay, so I don't think they were trying to. So just trying to get that nade hole open to get that bandit off the wall to ensure that you can open that wall. And what I'm liking is their lineup here. IOM have kind of looked at the changes to that hard breach gadget, and like we were saying before, having two of them gives you so much freedom to do what you kind of want with your operator selection, because it's no longer mandatory to take a hard breach off. Yes, they have taken that Maverick, but I assume that's majority just because of the grenades in the gun. But you don't necessarily need him to get those walls open. But you have one just outside. You have definitely outside. Obviously, sticking him on that LMG, on that utility denial, and DJ is just he's just crept himself in through tunnel there.
Yep. There'll be no creeping anymore as the taps from Mr. Joe does manage to shut down DJ7. But Rose takes out Mr. Joe in return. What the hell is happening here? They have managed to pick up DJ7, and now the grenades will start to fly. They need to pick up right that is in towards the blue area. That's a key position, and maybe have an eye on towards West Main as well. As I say, that Atlantic was creeping down it, and he's been shut down. The pressure on site grows, but there is still one player up towards West Main, so that means there's only two players on site, potentially even just one, as we do see Aztec maybe trying to peek out there on the Jaeger. Trying to go for the prone angle. Not maybe advised, but it has managed to work out as Rose gets picked out. He moves on towards Pillar, can't pick up anyone else, and retreats into the connector as Aztec is on this hatch area, Pete. This is going to be key for shutting down maybe a plan.
Well, I mean, yeah, that hatch being open gives another little obstacle there, but Trex! What? He's just getting so aggressive and it's working out so well. And like we said before, taking out Deathly that early on is going to be a massive boost for Alpha there. But it's a 3v3 with 25 seconds left. They have to do something. But Bang taking down right there. Aztec's still above, but Bang's on site. They just need to stay as far away from the hatch as possible as the plant starts to go down. It's a 2v1 scenario. Aztec needs to pick up these kills and catch the round for his team. But plant is down. It's back to 2 weapons against 1. They're just playing very passive, which is a very smart move in this scenario because you know that he needs to come to you, but DJ says no, picks up the 4th round for IOM and pushing closer to that very unfavored half.
Yep, it certainly is, and well, this is the thing. IOM have finally taken the advantage that was lying in front of them for the past round, and the fact that they have went to Snowmobile does beg the question: is why did they pick that site peak? Because they've already lost it and changed straight up to go to Bar Game, the only site that I believe they have actually won on this map. But, well, 4-1 in favour of IOM. One more round, and this is looking tragic for Team Alpha, unfortunately. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, we have to call it. We are the casters. And, I mean, Peak, sometimes you just have to be harsh because Team Alpha just do not look like themselves today.
Yeah, it's not the team that we were expecting when we were talking about them beforehand, and it's IOM just looking very strong right now, and proving our point right of yes, you can have a team of pretty much absolute beasts of fraggers, but IOM are just bringing the level of aggression and strategy that you need. But yeah, so coming back into this, they're just still setting up all of the utility, pretty much the same kind of stuff that we've seen throughout the day today, but opting off of that smoke. So taking one less shield and one less normal shield at that. So it's going to be a little bit easier with that canister popping out to get rid of that utility.
Yeah.
So it's a very odd one, but they've opted to take the Thunderbird instead.
Yep, and well, I don't know if this Jaeger roam is potentially the best moving in towards kitchen. They're obviously trying to maybe delay them a little bit longer here. Peak is already, look at this, Aztecs picked up 2 drones. Don't know if there was maybe a third there, but that's huge for the kind of intel game for IOM as well. We look towards it, they've only got 6 drones left.
Yeah, and it's something that IOM have been doing quite well is droning out those defenders and getting all the utility they need to make, justified calls and moves. But it's going to be a little bit harder without that intel. But then again, you have a less denial from that smoke. You have the Thunderbird, not with the C4, but with the deployable camera. So and now they have 2 on the board. They have a lot more intel than they have had previously, and it's worked out for Alpha when they've done that in the past.
Yep. Well, right now, we're kind of just seeing the exact same happen before. Aztec down in the basement. It seems as if IOM, they're putting their focus up above. They're going to probably try and shut him down as we see Deathly and Rose are there to kind of be the first points of contention against him. And, well, the rest, they're going to do their work in terms of actually just kind of burning the utility that's there. It seems as if Benji can't look up above him as he can't seem to find exactly where this beeper is. He finally looks up above and sees exactly where it is, and finally we are going to see this burn coming through very quickly as well. The only burn that we actually have is on Rose, who was located elsewhere.
And they're taking this, they've had the same momentum when attacking the site all 3 times, is that it takes them a fair bit of time to completely clear the map because they just want to be thorough. And yes, that has helped them. But a lovely shot from Mike taking out Scipio there. Those are 2 nades off the boards, and Rose replies immediately. But DJ replies into Trexno when he got the Deathly, and another one onto Atlantic. But Mr. Joe replies. It's again a 1v2 on site. The Thunderbirds will stem them back up to full HP. But it is one hell of an ask now from Mr. Joe. Someone who needs to step up for his team, needs to start performing. But I just don't know how he's going to do it. Because Bang and DJ, no utility on the side of grenades. The hard breach gadget's really not really a question, but the punch hole coming out, it really worked in Mr. Joe's favor. It is all that more possible to clutch this round up now. He needs to go for that kill with 7 seconds remaining. Potentially pulling out the gun, don't run, but Mr. Joe replies that 4-2 half that Team Alpha needed to come back. Going back onto that attack, but, the pre-fire just could have been a little bit more preemptive there, but it's certainly it's Joe, come on, you are 2 rounds down. That is not what you want to be saying in chat. But
what did they say?
A lovely clutch, Mr. Joe going, "Are you guys trying or what?" And
right. Well, I was just gonna say that 2v1 I don't think was played the best, but at the same time we have to give compliments to Mr. Joe to be able to win that out. I mean, the thing is though, the point that I was wondering was why did they not just drop the hatches, especially in towards bar. I mean, at the same time they might not have had the information. There's a lot of things that I think probably could have been played better there, but there's no point in dwelling on it because now we move on to the half mark, we move on to the bit where we split sides, or switch sides, sorry, I should say, and we'll need to see exactly how IOM are actually good on the defense, and maybe particularly Pete. This could actually just be an attacker-sided Shelly.
Yeah, and I mean, IOM definitely did a lot more, not than they should have, but they did a lot. They did a lot more than is usually necessary to take, and that's why they were so effective on their attacks. So very effective, and having that and then going into their defense 2 rounds up is going to be such a boost for them morale wise. And it allows them to try some stuff. It allows them to get not a little bit cocky, but a little bit more aggressive, to not bait the rounds, but it's a lot more freedom to do and try new stuff.
Yep, certainly, I agree. And well, it seems if we are going to see this Solarium take, you're the one that pointed it out earlier on in the pre-show, and we saw it again from IOM working it. Probably one of the best attacks that they did bring out. And I have to say, I do really like this attack, but it does require a lot of coordination. But will Team Alpha actually have that in their stock peak? This is something that I'm particularly worried about, especially when you look towards the fact that, well, IOM haven't really reacted to anything just yet. They don't know that they don't know if there's anybody below. And what they do now is definitely takes a whole heap of damage.
And it's it's not what you want to be taking that not the kind of damage you want to be taking early on, but they do have the Thunderburst to stim them back up. The benefit of that gadget to kind of be in that safer scenario, give you that little bit extra HP. Potentially, if you have all 3 nearby, going back up to full and allowing you to take more gunfights is definitely a plus. But you have 2 on Windows, now 3 inside of Solarium. They are in the position to kind of take this, but you've got that smoke so tight on doorway, it's going to be so hard to counter. But deathly, again, I don't know how Alpha continuously lets him get away with this.
He's playing like an absolute madman, runs out with a shotgun like a crazed individual. He does get shut down, but Benji is on the flank. I think he may have been spotted on that drone. Scipio's there to help out. Maybe trying to deny with the C4, but leaving Rose to do it all by himself. He swings as the grenade gets thrown and he picks up 2! Great kills there, right in Atlantic. 2 huge players gone off the board, and Scipio, he's picking up T-Rex. It's a flurry of kills from the remaining 3, and it's leaving just Aztec with it all to do. He's going to pick up 3. I don't even think he might even pick up 1. He's beating back and forth. He's trying to find him, but he can as Benji sweeps up that round. A great round from IOM there on their first defensive one. 5-2 IOM.
Yeah, the aggression is just unmatched them right now. They're taking calculated risks and it's working out. They're getting away with stuff they shouldn't be. And that is where Alpha is slipping. They were in perfect condition to fire back and stop Deathly from swinging that door, but no one was watching other than the Zofia. But the Zofia got downed. And they killed.
Yeah.
So you can't really do too much there. And it's just baffling to me of how you can have that many people watching just a singular angle. They were all watching Master Door. So where I'm kind of slipping here is Alpha need to get their head out of somewhere and really start playing, because they are slipping behind so much right now.
I think another thing is as well that we need to point out is Rose. What was that spray? I mean, come on. that man lifted about like half a mag onto right. We need to have a chat with him after this. I don't think he can come to Badass. I don't think he can come to Epic Land next week.
No, he can't.
No, I know.
He's got to definitely explain that. When we arrive on, or when you arrive on the Thursday, we're gonna have to. We would have already been there. Had a few drinks, had a few bevies, getting ready for getting ready for Phoenix 2K Thursday evening. But screw having Whippet on as a guest. We'll have Rose on so we can publicly just shame him on. So, guys, can we just get this clip up on the screen? Yeah. So, what?
No, I know,
And
man.
that's how that will go down.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's not talk about Epic Land because, well, I'm going to move on very swiftly because I was going to say something. We are seeing here Atlantic is moving in towards Solariums, and there's a great take being brought out. It's kind of standard. It's what we expect. And do you know what? Sometimes when you're down but not out, things aren't going great. Just keep it simple. There's no point try to do fancy stuff. And well, Team Alpha are doing that. They're going to have the grenades, etc., coming out for the burn on towards the Ivy Stairs. And then they're going to have to deal with the player in Mezzanine, which I believe either was Scipio. I'm not too sure. We are seeing the Gun 6, etc., coming out. Right now, what we're seeing is Alpha just kind of going through the tick boxes on the checklist, trying to find out exactly where all these players actually are, kind of burn the utility, then actually go for the gunfights.
Yeah, and it's something that they need. It's something they've done so very well so far. Has always been doing what they need to do, and they've always gotten rid of the utility. So potentially go around, especially now that IOM are on defense, like learn what they did and work around that, because Alpha are really going to bring their own, like IOM's own game against them.
Yep, I totally agree. And well, Scipio has been found out by this Nomad, and already we're seeing the players scramble to try and pick up that frag or try and react to the potential flank coming through. They do have a drone on them, but I think that may have just missed them. I'm not too sure, and already more gunfights being taken. It is 5 versus 5 in this last minute, but nobody wants to make a mistake because this round is huge. IOM win this one, they will move on to match point. It's worth a noting. And well, as well, Alpha has gained a massive control of the top floor here, Pete. They're not really utilising it that well.
Well, they've got 40 seconds to play around, so they can do a little bit. Mr. Cho being stimmed up a little bit there, but IOM being very passive, and that's what they need.
Yeah.
And it's Scipio getting the first kill onto Atlantic there. Atlantic really not having a good game today, going 1-7 so far is a little bit questionable, but you've got Finker, they've got no more grenades on their side, nothing to really flush them out, and as I say that, IOM picking up kills left, right, and center, leaving them in a 5v2 with 5 seconds left, 5v1, and that spells out the round. 4 versus 1 to 4 versus 0. IOM on match point. 6-2.
Yep, I mean, this is it. Peak. They now move on to match point 6-2. Coming into this game, honestly, I didn't expect it to be this scoreline. I thought both teams pretty good. They'll be at each other's throat all game. It'll probably be like a 7-5, maybe an overtime, not a 6-2, and especially not in favour of IOM. We talked about my kind of bias towards them. I don't have a massive bias. I don't let that show through, but the fact that IOM have managed to take 6 rounds almost in a row. I mean, apart from the 2 alpha rounds, they really have been amazing, and that's the best way to describe them. They've managed to pull rounds out of nowhere. Team Alpha just do not look as if they have a round to respond.
Yeah. And I just don't think they really know, because it's extremely hard for them to really do anything right now, and they need to try something new. They need to put all their balls in one basket, or it's not gonna go well, because IOM just seem too ready for this.
Well, we'll need to see here, mate, because we still have one more round to go, and this is the tertiary side. This could easily, I was froze again. Man, listen, this man, we need to have a chat. This man needs to get back on aim labs. He needs to get back on Suez Siege fundamentals. That's what he needs to get on that playlist.
Get on that spider shot.
Listen, do you know what? I have actually a lot of fun on aim labs. I mean, I'm absolutely ass, right? But like, actually enjoy it. Weirdly enough.
I haven't played too much aim labs. I usually preferred, especially if I'm going to a ranked sesh, go into some T-Hunt, do 5 or 6 of those to get my aim ready, and then go in. But no, I haven't done comp for a while, so I haven't done aim labs for a hot minute. But getting back into the round, it seems like they're going to go for it, just a top floor execute, and just to get that vertical presence, although there's not many on site. So if IOM want to do this fast, they could just push very horizontally.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Maybe.
They want to try and flush people out, but they're not going to get rows on those stairs.
Yeah, they're wasting utility at this point because they're flinging frag grenades in, trying to catch him, and just being in this one position, he's able to like waste 2 grenades, 1 smoke. I mean, that's pretty decent going considering the fact he's taking absolutely no damage, and well, being in that position is also is about to get Aztec downed, and he's also taking it right.
Oh no, because he fell off the roof. He just fell off the roof. That was it. But a lovely run out from Scipio there. You know, Alpha just not expecting them to just do anything of this caliber, but Atlantic replies onto Deathly and an instant reply from Bang. Mr. J gets onto DJ7. I don't think they know what side it is, but Bang picked up the last kill. That is an IOM round. And an IOM game.
Well, I mean, just like that. A click of a finger's peak, that's it. I mean, I didn't expect it to be this quick, but and I think from DJ7, from what I've just seen, is Reich went negative for the first time I think ever in BO history peak.
Yeah, and they knew how to shut him down. They knew what they needed to do, and it's IOM just a masterclass on how they played that. I mean,
a masterclass in Chalet. I mean, that's the best thing to talk about. And as I said, I've heard nothing through the scrim vine about whether they've been playing Chalet, whether they've been playing anything like this. So the fact that that's the case, I mean, peak.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was that kind of match where you didn't know what was really happening, what they were doing, because some of them were very questionable.
Yeah. Well,
and
I mean, this is it, mate. We have a lot of questions. I mean, one of those questions being Rose's aim in certain occasions, but at the same point, we can't really ask those questions as we need to get ready already for our next matchup, which is Sleepy Gang versus the Combat Wombats. Well, I guess it's the second iteration of Combat Wombats, as it's not the original roster, but nonetheless, they are going to get ready for the next game. Main peak, we're going to get some water, maybe get a nice little sandwich or something and get set up. See you guys soon.
like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket though is too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think without eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'll do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache. I'll do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. We time, you I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how. Had this sweet talk, I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say less to me. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. Why you blushing? Yeah, sweet concussion. Oh, you miss my touching. Good girl. Show me something. Give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy. Make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it. I wanna see it. See how. Rewind. When we rewind, it feels so nice. I can't help how. Had this sweet
It's live.
Hello and welcome back to the Badass Playday 3, and we're getting ready for our second matchup of the evening. It is Sleepy Gang versus Combat Wombats, and I'm Kyle, one of your casters, and I'm joined by the man who runs all, the man with all the power. It's Peak. How's it going?
Going great. I mean, a little bit of issues, and it was a little bit tension trying to see if we can get a sub in, but lo and behold, we have got a sub for Sleepy Gang. So I'm pretty sure, like I said, we're going to try and speedrun this for you guys. We can start the game as fast as possible. So let's see where we're going.
I'm excited to see exactly where we're going. Villa and Clubhouse out of the bans straight away because of our autos that was played last week. Bank and Coastline, two pretty chaotic maps straight away, which leaves us with Club, Oregon, and Cafe. If I'm not Club, Oregon, Cafe, and Chalet. It'll be interesting to see which one of these teams pick. Cafe and Chalet out, which means we are going to Oregon. Sad. But hey ho, Peak, we're here. We got to dissect it. What's this map all about?
The basics, by all means. the pure basics of what Siege is and how you play.
Yeah.
And it's been in the pool for so long since its rework, and it hasn't left.
Yeah.
It's almost never been out of the map pool competitively, even on its old iteration. And it has been played so many times, time after time after time, and it's just how it worked. And it's very rare that we get to see something different. It's very rare that we get to see anything from the normal on Oregon. Unless you want to do a spicy rush strat or take an offsite, you're just gonna see the same pushes. You're gonna see people open up attic and kit and master wall. Then it's just you're gonna see it. It's you can call the entirety of a round. I mean, let's say you get a Maverick, get another Heart Breach. You're gonna go below and get rid of anything that's on the wall. You're gonna open Master Wall. You're gonna open Attic. You're gonna nade Attic. You're gonna kill the person in Attic or get killed in Attic. And there's not much you can say.
It's literally the bread and butter of Siege. I think. It just is that type of map. I mean, Clubhouse is almost the exact same. We can literally write a script for the way things are going to go on every single site. It's the same on Oregon, probably Cafe, and maybe even Villa. All in all, Peak, we're not surprised by anything at this point. As an aging map pool, that kind of adds into it. And the thing is, though, you can't even take Oregon away from the map pool, because if you take Oregon away, then everybody starts to complain. T4 becomes a shambles. It basically internally it combusts. And next thing you know, I mean, the Siege ecosystem is gone because Oregon isn't in the map pool. We can't do that. We can't do that at all.
Yeah. And I mean, let's see, who's going to stand out for these teams here. And it's, from what people say Sleepy Gang are, I mean, they put up some good stats, but so are Combat Wombats. I mean, obviously, Swanee hasn't played a game yet, and nor has JGF5. But we're gonna see very similar things, and it's gonna be interesting to see where people take this. I mean,
Yeah.
Cyber on 30-16,
Yeah.
but then you've also got Nate on a 7-2 opening.
Yeah, there's a lot of comparisons that can be drawn here. I mean, I think the biggest one for me is just how high the costs are on both teams. Certainly
Mm.
seems like we're kind of going into a match of giants, almost. I do believe, if I remember correctly, that we did see Combat Wombats actually lose out to Alpha last week, which is probably a big one considering that this basically it doesn't become a must win, but it's certainly, I mean, you want to win every game, but Combat Wombats especially need to win this one. A little bit of internal rivalry within the unis. I mean, Natty, Cyber, and GGF5 all going to the same university there, Pete,
Mm.
so maybe a little bit BM in the chat, but all in all, I mean, as I was going to my original point, the cost on each team is super high, all 50 plus on the cost, which is absolutely huge. And Matty, I mean, he's on 87 plus. That's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
And so we're just waiting for an admin decision to come through for the side of Combat Wombat. So we're just gonna wait a little bit to see if we can get that sorted or not. But it's Oregon can't really call. I'm gonna be fully honest. I mean,
Yeah.
you've got Sleepy Gang starting on defense as well.
Yeah.
So maybe get a few rounds under their belt, and it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, we're not going to see anything different at all.
I was actually kind of surprised. I thought we were going to get a chalet. Both teams are fairly not fairly both teams really like a chalet, especially we think towards last year or last season when I mean, Combat Wombats almost made it their home ground in a sense in the way that they played. And then I think the only time that they lost a best of three was when they lost Shelley, which goes to show how strong they actually were on that whole kind of map. I think we are almost ready, just waiting on us cascading through chat as Science hits a panic. Because apparently I've said that far too much in our last matchup, Pete. He's probably like sitting there with his fist like clenched. Like
and it's just so our reserve are sending out threats to Kara there. But as we said up, we are going to get into game. The lovely skies of Oregon. It's hard to say anything for this map. It really is, because it is. There's just nothing really too different about it. And I'm going to say this so much. I mean, we're probably going to get a Thatcher or Flores ban. We're probably going to get, I don't know, Thatcher, Flores, maybe a hard breach, probably a mirror Cade. I'm going to put as the defense, maybe option for a Valkyrie, but I'm just, So this one's going to be a hard breach or a Flores.
Without a doubt. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else. Is it going to come through though? Do you know what? I hate this. I hate the fact that we have to wait for this coming through.
Oh,
Ash. Okay.
Oh, look. Okay. So to give context, Combat Wombats aren't particularly happy about the substitute of JJF5. So it's now just the case of who they can target ban. And the Ash Jaeger ban's coming out. So they're going for the knees, and they're going hard.
We're gonna see all the kind of the pocket strats coming out here, Peak. Oh no! Well, it seems as if Sleepy Gang they continued with the normal bans. There goes Cade, there goes Thatcher. But interestingly enough, this leaves Maverick and Flores up on the boat, as well as Amira up on the boat, and Valkyrie.
Yeah. There's a lot of people they can use. I mean, CW aren't the kind of team to use. Like, they're not going to crutch on Ash and Jaeger. So they're going to do some weird shit. They're going to do everything under the sun to make sure they can get the rounds, and they're going for the memes, apparently. So, yeah. I cannot call this one. Oh, they're going for a rush. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for a rush.
They're gonna just full
No.
send it in through a big window. We're gonna see exactly what's gonna happen here, Peak. Oh God.
I mean, what? It's I know that that Sleepy Gang are a little bit a little bit powerful with JJ, but it's what? It's
Are you
I'm
broken?
yes, because it's the point where now like they've got okay, but if we're going to talk about this lineup, properly, you've got the very capable weapon on Magpie. You've got the nades on the Arda and Finker. You've got the hard reach charges and hockey pucks on Fuse. You've got the flashes, Gone 6, and Lion scans on Lion.
Yeah.
Like it's even if even like that is so much utility you can use, but obviously yeah. Okay, JJ. Listen, like your first game of Bjorn, you're gonna get the opening kill within the first 15 seconds. Okay, that is the Finker off the board. That's 2 nades off the board. Okay, we hear you. And a Gone 6. So they're gonna get that fuse down, try and get rid of any utility inside the bathroom. Is Magpie just gonna send it in? They could. Could very well send it through.
I thought that the tactic there was maybe to use the hockey pucks to clear space in and get Magpie in through the window. I'm not too sure. I believe that was used previously in an EUL game. I'm not too sure. Seems as if they have plenty of info as well as we do see the pulse being used. And GGF5 is not stopping right now. He certainly managed to pick up a couple kills, and just like that, the round is over. And the snap of a finger there, Peak. Sleepy Gang showing absolutely no remorse for the combat Wombats.
Yeah. I mean, a very strong opening round for Sleepy Gang. And it's okay, Nate. They're going. I feel like this game is going to be pretty much filled with memes. They've stuck JJ on the vigil, and they're going. I feel like a ranked kind of vibe coming from CW right now. If I'm going to be fully honest.
Maybe, potentially, but we'll need to see. Peak as we are going to get in. Looks like we are going to see JJ pick up that cap can, maybe potentially suspecting that the blitz is just going to run in through blue and try and assault the player in towards the elbow area. Maybe trying to bring out those cap can charges to do the work, but we'll need to see if that is going to be the case. I mean, cap can's been seeing a lot of play since his recent buff of being able to put more than one EE1D on towards. No, it's not EE1D. It's EE. What is it?
Capcan, the EDD.
EDD. That's I always get it mixed up between Lion and the Capcan. But yeah, the EDD is gonna get what's it called? Stuck on a couple. Can get stuck on a couple doors. Sorry, more than one can be stuck on a door. I should say. Oh my goodness. And it can cause some real bother, and I imagine it will be causing some bother towards this blitz if he does manage to try and rush in towards elbow area. Oh my god. No way he's put on 4 on one door.
Well, I mean, it's gonna get the kill immediately if they walk through it. So, not too shocking there, but where are they going for? They're going for a freezer rush! Okay.
This is interesting.
All the Capcan's EDDs are on a very different kind of door, going straight after JJ, getting Bionk, not the Blitz. So they've got, however, do have the vertical. Knackered gets 1, gets 2. JJ gets another, but it is all down to Call Me Dicta, which Cyber swiftly takes care of. The rush, not really working there, but it's looking like a little bit of a stomp.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sleepy Gang again showing no remorse on this matchup. Kitchen Dining is going to be our tertiary site, and well, Peak, is it going to be as quick as the last ones?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's talk about the situation if whoever forfeited. There is still a point to playing the games, because if you forfeit, you're going to get, obviously a negative point, and it's then the thing of you're still playing for that round differential that can be just that can be. We've seen it in previous seasons how the round differential can make or break your place in playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, head-to-heads can also do the same, and it's the kind of thing of what we were saying on the pre-show where we were talking about, so many people are talking about, oh, this team's overpowered or this team has too many fraggers, but they were saying that about last game, about Alpha, and look how they did. And it's you can't throw away everything so quickly.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think Cyber's just collecting drones. I think that's what he was trying to do there. Just checking all the usual spots. 9 drones left. So still plenty of information for CW, but whether they opt to do that is a different scenario. Looks as if they are going towards the meeting room areas. We do see a lot of the drones are positioned in that area. Peak. Imagine this is probably where they're going to try and shut down or try and push people, but no, it's actually towards Junkyard. I'm talking rubbish. I thought the drones, with the way that they were positioned over that area, were potentially that's where they're going to push, but no, it is actually going to be Small Tower.
Yeah. So, you've got who is it? Cyber getting a little bit aggressive on that southern front of the map, but you've also got, Combat Wombats doing some, I'd say, some normal stuff, doing some normal things for once this game, but they are going to have to get rid of the people. Cyber getting very aggressive, taking rid of Bionk. Nata gets rid of Knackered. That's the Warden down. So if they get the smokes in the right places, they can definitely do the work. But Cyber swiftly gets rid of Magpie. Those are 2 nades off the board as well from the Maverick, and that is some of your wall denial down. But they are going to try and go for a Dorms push here. So a little bit, normal of a push. And you need to get rid of whoever's in bunk because you're just not going to be able to get Vert on site.
Yep, that certainly is going to be the case, and Swanee also getting put in towards a frost mat does not help. Either low on HP, Natty still crouch walking through the map, trying to see if he can maybe pick up a few freebies. Doesn't seem to be the case, and because we see that, it does seem to be getting a little bit worse. But the belt, Natty very close to one player on the Sleepy Gang. Not quite sure it is. It is GG, and he's going to pick up another for his collection. Seems as if he's having an absolute day of it anyway. He's certainly enjoying himself. Looks like Call Me Dicta is going to try and breach on towards the solar flooring. And well, if they look towards this, GG and Cyber have not been killed just yet at all in this matchup here. Going to be added to the KDs, but Matty is going to get shut down. 60 seconds remain, and it's 4-0 to Liverpool, by the way. Man United are getting absolutely hammered. I mean, just like Combat Wombats. Peak. And saying that, I mean, that means maybe hashtag Ollie out.
Yeah. But Cyber Call Me Dicta take down Cyber, sorry, but it's all down to JJ. Call Me Dicta, this is a very winnable round for them. It's not completely over, and that's what they need to kind of get in their heads. And it's not over until the clock runs down or until you all get killed. So creeping slowly further and further into sight, tries to take down one, but just misses the shots. But JJ does not. Takes down Call Me Dicta, making it a 3-0 tie.
Yep. Well, just like this, we see. Oh my god! It's just absolutely non-stop here from Sleepy Gang and the Combat Wombats, just constantly at each other's throats. But obviously, the way things are going, Sleepy Gang just consistently winning out the frags here, Peak.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to shut down. First of all, you've got to be shutting down JJ. Otherwise you're not really going to get too far. And going back to dorms, they need to do something differently. They need to start, like I was saying beforehand, you need to start doing those normal pushes. Because that's how you're going to take the picks one by one, and you've got to start working as a team.
Well, we'll need to see. I mean, this is it. It seems as if the Combat Wombats are certainly not playing to, I guess, meta standards. That's one thing to say. They're not going for standard pushes, and they're just getting ripped apart. It's like hungry wolves ripping apart their prey right now, Peak, and that's just. I mean, I'll ask you a question here. How 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 tasty do you think a wombat would be?
How tasty a wombat would be.
Yeah,
I mean, I've eaten some questionable things in my time. You know,
yeah, but
I like. I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be too bad. I feel like it wouldn't be too bad. Like I
do
said,
you
like
do you think it'd be one of those things that just tastes like chicken?
potentially, and yeah, I feel like it could be. But you know, you've got Naka just sitting on the window here, potentially going for a run out. But can they? Yeah, okay. So Nate shuts him down there. They have taken out the Hibana of Beyond, so that's going to be one less Harbreach that they have, but one goes straight into Armory. JJ down in Garage? Takes down Magpie?
Oh.
Okay. Okay, just monkey does as a monkey is. Okay. So they've gotten hard breaches down inside of Asic, but the smoke just denying them any entry. Cyber is just allowed to walk upstairs, but Nate responds. And, you know, that is the Pulse and a Rooney that they've taken off the board, so some decent utility and a decent weapon taken off, even with the recent nerf, but they still have a lovely weapon with Swanee, and they've still got the zero cams there, so they've got everything they need to successfully execute, but they need to play this right.
Yeah, well, I mean, things haven't been okay. Apparently, we're just flying in for zero cameras in towards Attic Natty, getting ready to push down. But nope, gets taken out by JJ because, I mean, his MP5, you just don't want to be battling it. Swanee all the way down to 1 HP, which means he cannot actually enter towards the site here. And he is almost just kind of locked out. He is going to try and go for the breach, but look at this. The wolves come out, so does the smoke. Matty's shutting down Swanee, and just like that, it is 4-0. On the round.
And I just don't know what CW can do here. I don't know what the Wombats can do when, you know, Sleepy Gang are just so aggressive.
Yeah.
So they need to start, like I said, pushing as a team. You need to start pushing together. And JJ, you better be rocking the shotgun, or I swear to God. And it's a weird one, because it's Oregon. You know the basic strats. You've done it so many times. An amazing sick pick from Sleepy Gang there, but you're not going to do well if you keep going solo against Sleepy Gang. Obviously, some things aren't working out, so you need to isolate certain individuals, which they've been doing fairly well, but they're not droning as they should be. Otherwise, they would have got the pulse in T2. They would have known he also had a shotgun. And just watching for that, they're not doing the basics of gathering that intel. And that is just biting them in the ass so hard.
It really is. It really is hard to watch, especially when it's a match like this. Peak, we are seeing Sleepy Gang just completely, as we've already kind of discussed, is tearing them apart. It looks as if Knacker's doing a little bit of home reconstruction here. He's going to open the freezer wall completely. Interesting one there from the Pulse. Another thing that we have to point out, I was going to mention actually, was I did have a look up, by the way, and they said that wombats aren't actually the best meat to eat. They're extremely fatty. So there you go.
Okay.
So just in case,
got the
just in
answer
case you
to
were
the
worried.
question.
Yeah, just in case you were like sitting there and you're like sitting in your bed at night, and you know you can sometimes have a sleepless night because there's some things on your mind, like I don't know, will I, like for instance, will I get this gig, or will I potentially have to eat a wombat, and how will it taste? Well, now we have the information. It looks as if we are going to get a main stairs rush. Jerry, the only one close by, does get droned out.
Are they going for a 1-in, 1-out?
I do not know.
It looks like they're going for a 1-in, 1-out, as in, like, one person enters the building at a time.
Yep, that is exactly what they're going for.
Okay, Combat Wombats. One of which has been successful so far. One. And that was getting rid of Jerry, which obviously wasn't the best pick. But you've got one hiding inside of Nice. Takes down Cyber, okay. So not doing too shabby so far. but then going down freezer, you know what you need to be doing. You've got Knackered waiting at the top of main stairs, and it's all about how they can really use. Okay, they're droning in for them at least, but you've got JJ coming in from behind. And I don't think he's noticed. He has. Swanee takes down another. Okay, it's a 4v2 situation. This is when you send everyone in. You cannot be throwing these rounds. Matey gets another. Bjorn dies immediately to Knackered. But it's not the situation you want to be in. You've got two outside. I mean, you had a 4 versus 2 advantage. That's when you step back. That's when you, as a team, go in. But just throwing round after round, you've got the Pulse with a shotgun here that just you can't fight against.
Yep. Certainly, it seems as if they just can't get him at all. He does try to swing, but no, the Pulse will win that one out. And well, it's all up to Magpie, the remaining player. Can he win this one out? He is going to be able to down Knackered here, so it goes to a 1 versus 1. Magpie versus Matty, and well, Matty, I mean, we saw how good his cross was peak earlier. But can he win out this round? 45 seconds remaining. The diffuser is being left in garage, which means Magpie is just going for this kill. Trying to go for the phase trick shots there. Going to burn their renegade, so we know exactly where he's coming from. But will Matty react correctly? Yes, in towards elbow low. Looks as if we're going to opt for the SMG, pre-firing everywhere. Remember, this SMG does not have a lot of bullets. It seems as if he looks towards elbow, but no, he's just running around the site. And there is actually a bulletproof camera still up and available, given information on Magpie. He's running furiously around the site, can't seem to find Matty. Eventually moves in towards elbow, but there's still a shield. Ren runs out. He's running around like a headless chicken, gives the round to Sleepy Gang, and just like that, 5-0 on the defense for Sleepy Gang against the Combat Wombats.
It's games like this which are very hard to cast, and it's purely off the fact is, yes, competitive integrity, but at the same time, once the point is where you're very obviously doing some weird and freaky stuff, it's then just very unenjoyable.
I think the problem is like whether Combat Wombats want to protest or whatever. Sleepy Gang had a register sub in GG, and yes, we know he's a good player. Doesn't necessarily mean that GG is going to win them the game. We actually never will know, because the way that Combat Wombats are playing this game, they're not playing properly. Let's be honest, we're not going to make this up, and it ruins it for everyone, because we potentially, with Combat Wombats being such a good team, it's just playing like this. It's just, I don't know, Peak. It certainly begs the question of playing the match in the first place. If you're going to play like this, I don't know if that's maybe out of order for me, but I don't. We'll need to see as we do head into our 6th and final round on the defense here. And well, if anything's like the last couple rounds, I'm expecting Sleepy Gang to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw last round, as Ava very rightly pointed out, the last round showed exactly what Combat Wombats were capable of solo. I mean, you had Swanee take down 2, and then it was winnable because it was down to a 4 versus 2, and they still didn't decide to go in. So
yeah,
it's so very obvious that they can win this, but it's the choice to not really want to. And yes. I fully agree with you when you said that there isn't much point in playing these ones, but you've got to at least try, because that, like I said before, that round differential can do such wonders sometimes. And as we say that, JJ picks off Cormudictor and Swanee.
Yep, I mean, we might actually end up in the exact same round differential, depending on exactly what happens here as well. Chi has already picked up to Magpie, trying to contest them, but no, maybe we might see our first ace of the day, as JJ doesn't seem to want to stop. Young has picked up Knackered though, so maybe there's still a little bit of hope. But 2 versus 4 doesn't look likely. We'll need to see exactly how this kind of plays out as well. Bionk is just holding down with the GA on towards the armory stairs.
Yeah, so you've got the sniper on the Kali, you've got the arena, so you actually have all of the utility that you actually need to get rid of those hard walls, and they're not really working together. I'd say they're trying to pick people off one by one. You have got 3 people upstairs, So it's it depends on what I think Cyrus, who's here, wants to do, because he's getting very aggressive inside of Trophy, but doesn't really want to do anything else. He's just coming so close, takes down most of the HP of Matey there, but Cyber gets taken down so very quickly by Bionk. It's a 3v2, very winnable. So many people so low on HP, but they do have those Kona stations to res them back up if they need to. It's all down to these final moments.
Yep, oh, finally, though, I thought that was JJ there, but no, he's still alive somehow. He's still persistent inside of Master, and he's almost able to pick up Natty. This is a very winnable round here, Peak. Remember, Oryx did get his buff recently. We need to consider that as well. And he is going to try and pick up a couple corner stations, so that way he is ready for the next gunfight, the next engagement, which will eventually come up. But we are waiting to see exactly what the combat Wombats are going to do. 30 seconds remain, and well, already down to one player. It's all up to Natty Crouch walking with the SMG in hand. Already spoke about it before. We saw it last round with how it played out. Looks as if he's just going to take his time. 20 seconds remain. Matty and JJ just sitting back. I mean, they can just kind of kick out the sun chairs, relax as Natty still alive, still waiting. See if anyone will peek him. As 5 seconds remain, it seems like the round is over, and it is a 6-0 in favour of the Sleepy Gang on their first initial half.
That round again. It's hard to say because they got it down to that 2v2, but still, Amari just hot drops kitchen hatch when she knows there's a smoke there, and it's that's now what 2 or 3 rounds now where they've got it down to the player advantages that they need, the favorable player advantage, and they just haven't utilized it. They've still just gone with the same way and stuck in that mentality, and it's the mental's chalked, but there are ways to get out of that. They have 6 rounds now in regulation, and you've got to get them on the board. You've got to shut down people early. They're taking the Ying, so yeah, might be a little bit harder without a Warden and without those ADSs, but it's still very winnable.
It's extremely winnable, Peak, but when you're 6-0 down, it doesn't make it extremely hard. I imagine on the defense, things might be a little bit easier, so maybe they can stop the hemorrhaging when it comes to the round count. But at this moment in time, I am not too sure if that is the case. But we'll need to see. There is obviously this round to go out. We've got Natty on the Ela, Magpie on the Clash. I mean, this is a pretty horrible setup that, well, Sleepy Gang will have to contest, but whether they can drone out, shut down the people that they need to shut down is going to be an interesting one. They have opted for a Ying and a Dokkaebi here, though, Peak, and those operators can be very much linked to a rush type of strat.
They could be going main window, but it's now just a thing of, kind of what they want to do. You've got Nate here being very, very questionable here, but JJ takes down Bionk. Was he spawn peeking?
I'm unsure.
But yeah, so you've already got rid of the Frost. However, all of that utility would have already been put down. And not a single scratch on the side of Sleepy Gang. But Knackered takes down Nate as well. That's the Ela off the board. Knackered Thermite Shotgun. Very questionable play there. However, Knackered just runs into sight and takes down the Clash. So it's now just getting all of the kills on the board there. But Swanee is stuck inside of Armory. Dokkaebi creeps round. Swanee doesn't quite see him. And now it's all down to Dicta in a 4 versus 1 with 2 minutes left.
Yep. And, well, managed to pick up Knackered. Can she pick up 3 remaining players? Call me Dicta throws out the C4 and manages to pick up JJ. So that's a big blow to the side of Sleepy Gang. Jerry will confirm the plant and still has one of these phone calls coming through. And yes, there we go. It is through Call Me Dicta, potentially looking to find where these 2 remaining players are. L85 and MK 14 in hand. Grenade sails through the sky, picks up the last remaining player of Call Me Dicta, and well, Pete, at this point, it begs the question, why did you even bother?
It's I mean, as everyone, they could have very easily done that, and there were so many rounds which they could have won, but it is now just all it's now just all for debate.
Yeah. As well, I mean, this is it, Peak. I would love to sit and chat with you and break it down, but I don't know if there's any point. We are going to leave that one for the admins, and well, we'll get back to you guys shortly. We are going to have an extended break here, well, as we get set up for our last game of, I believe, if I remember correctly, it is Aces versus what's the last match?
It's Delta Bad Hand versus Aces.
That's the one. Sorry, as we do have our third match being a forfeit, unfortunately. But well, we'll get back to that very shortly, Peak, and well, me and you can have a little break and get our throats a rest.
Right. I'll see you guys after the break.
Don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy. Make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it. I wanna see it. See how. Rewind. When we rewind. Feels so nice. We time.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here, so come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could chances like dominoes. My life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. It got me stone cold.
got something in the air at that time, don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think without eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise. When I met you in the doorway, I had a friend, you're my friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for you.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind when we rewind. Feels so nice. We time, you I know how.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here, so come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You 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 got me stone cold.
Hello, finally we are back in business. We've had to say goodbye to Pete when we're getting ready for this last game of Playday 3. I'm Cairo, one of your casters, and well, the casting desk is now alive with the sound of music. It's Jerry the Music Man. How's it going?
Hello, I'm happy. I'm good. Yeah, I'm glad to be here, Kairos. It's a pleasure to cast with you as always. And yeah, we just got this one game to do, so it's a nice little kind of taster of Bull at the end of the week for me, and hopefully for you guys too. So yeah, and that one remaining game we have, Delta Bad Hand versus Aces. I don't know a hell of a lot about how these guys have been going. I checked the standings before we started, and I realised that they were all messed up. And now my preparation has gone haywire because I was like, "Oh, they're not actually where they are." But if the rough standings are where you know anything to go by, dealt bad hand, they have actually been dealt bad hand. They haven't got off to the races like they thought they might. They have a win under their belt, although I'm not entirely sure whether that was the bye win that they've gained or not. Either like I said, the prep's gone a bit haywire. But either way, it means that surprisingly throughout this season, it looks as though everyone's gathered some points. So there's no stragglers, but they are of all of the people of all of the teams, they're the ones right at the bottom. So early days, but they need some points soon. Aces,
Yeah,
on the
they-
other hand, doing a bit better by the looks of it.
Yeah, Aces, they won last week 7-3 against ranked monkeys. Something that we could say about Aces is if we want to compare them to previous teams, previous rosters and iterations, etc., probably a lot closer to the Deviants with the players that are on the roster. I mean, they've got Sondanos, they've got Dumfries, they've also got Spack, who was on that roster. So there's a 3/5 core straight away. And yeah, I mean, this is it. They've picked up Matums from Triton and also Dai, who's actually a new entry for us, Jerry. So that's
Yeah.
going to be really interesting to see how that is. And I mean, do you know what the best thing about season 4 is? This is a new thing for us. We can actually bring up stats of people on screen.
That's tasty. Are we
That
going to
is
be able to
tasty.
do that? Oh, look at this. This is so swish. I haven't experienced this yet. I only casted the first week, but that is something else. Thank you very much, Peak, for doing all the hard work to bring these lovely numbers, so many numbers, to
I know.
our awaiting eyes. And you can see here, well, based off a couple of games, the players to watch, it would seem, on either side of the coin, would be James. That has a very nice high rating from the one game that Delta Bad Hand have actually played, which was their very first week win again. Their first week loss. Against. Why can't I remember the Ranked Monkeys? There we go. Ranked Monkeys. I casted that one. I should remember. And then, yeah, on the other side of the coin, you've got Spack and Dai. Good to see the newcomer coming up good with the highest cost out of his entire team so far.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the greatest thing that I love to see is Dumfries at the bottom of the pile with ratings.
Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that to Dumfries?
Listen, Ami's mate, I'm allowed to do it. You know what I mean? I have to put up with him in ranked. So if this is my only time to do him dirty, so yeah.
So yeah, Spack and Dai definitely the ones to look out for. Spack especially with a couple of games under their belt and a 1.25 KD. That is a nice stat to be riding with. I'm excited to see whether it continues into this game and whether Aces can continue their fine run of form so far. Last week they beat Ranked Monkeys, and if Ranked Monkeys are the kind of litmus test, both of these teams have already played them, then we can say that in theory Aces should be the favourites going into this game. So yeah, but they have shown weakness as well after losing the first week 7-2. So it's tough to call. 1 win, 1 loss for them, and then 1 win, 1 loss for Delta Bad Hand. But Delta Bad Hand's win was again a forfeit win. Essentially, they got their win off Hotel, which was the team that aren't part of the league. So it's a 9-team league. Yeah. Difficult to call, but Aces slight favourites in my money.
Yeah, there's no room in at the Hotel this season, but
Unfortunately.
Aces. I was talking to Sondanos earlier, begging him to start his game earlier than what it was actually meant to be the start time, but he said no because apparently wouldn't have a full roster. And then I was talking to him about the game, how he felt, and he said that his team felt a bit confident. Obviously, a bit of practice there for them, getting ourselves ready and pumped up for this one. So Jerry, honestly, I probably agree with Aces being the favourites for this one. And also, just quickly before we move on, I want to give a shout out to DJ7 for that meme, just because I called him out last match and he's given us the results. Jerry, he's given us some good Twitter memes. So I just wanted to draw a line under that, quickly shout it out, and that's us.
I'm trying to find his handle on Twitter. I can't find it. There are too many other DJ7s.
It's the IOM. It's the IOM.
Oh, it's the IOM. Oh, the IOM Twitter is always golden. They're so great with the memes. With the memes. Maybe we should get on to our map bans so that we can start focusing in on this game, and we will see where we're going. So Bank and Coastline auto bans here, and I believe there's some tomfoolery around the auto bans because of the fact that last week Delta Bad Hand didn't play, so this may not be completely accurate. Either way, Bank and Coastline first to go. Next off the chopping block, certainly proper bans here. Cafe and Chalet being banned respectively. So we've got a fair few left. Villa and Oregon off the board, and it is going to be a clubhouse game. So nice bread and butter siege on its way, Kyra.
Yeah. Frankfurt, Germany. I mean, lovely place. I don't know, have you visited?
I haven't, no. And you threw me off board there because I thought you were following up from my bread and butter comment, and then I was like, Frankfurt, Germany, yeah. Did you say Frankfurt or Hamburg?
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Yeah, see, I got the two food types confused. My brain. So as a caster, I have this
Yeah.
issue where I hear food everywhere. Like the number of food puns that come out of me, it's a little bit unhealthy, especially for such a skinny man. I think that's probably what happens. Is I eat a lot of food, and then instead of it like adding to my body weight, it comes out in the form of puns. And so I just hear Frankfurt, and my brain goes Hamburg instead, or vice versa.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
So basically, your food turns into verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, pretty much. To put it bluntly, that's a horrible bit of imagery, but yeah, that is exactly what happens. So Clubhouse, let's just have a quick look on the 1 or 2 previous games that we've got to go by here.
Yeah.
Aces did play Clubhouse most recently, interestingly there. So they have a 7-3 victory against ranked monkeys, apparently. I'm not certain that that's accurate, but either way, have we done away with autobans? I may have to ask Peak this in no, we have autobans. Okay, that's interesting because we had Clubhouse last week between Aces and ranked monkeys. That's a tasty one.
We'll let
that get sorted out behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Maybe we go to Clubhouse, maybe we don't. We'll see. But either way, let's assume for now that we are going to Clubhouse and then keep talking. That's the job. So Clubhouse between these two sides, Aces, they've shown that they're proficient there. Winning 3 attacking rounds as well. That's how they sealed it out, and that's the main thing I look at when I look at just the raw stats going into past games. If you can win more than a couple of attacking rounds on Clubhouse, you're usually in good stead. That is something that I'm going to be paying close attention to in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think something that's interesting is we had this like weird blip. I don't know if it was necessarily the last stage, but the stage before where it was just all attackers. I mean, I can just remember like Clubhouse just kind of going to the wayside, kind of went into this like almost, I don't want to call it a barren wasteland, but it certainly was kind of a place you wanted to walk with trepidation because, I mean, you couldn't really call how splits were going to go. And now we're slowly starting to recede further and further back into the 20-second meta, especially the new changes, the new buffs, the way people are starting to play it a lot more. I'm expecting to see a lot more 4-2 splits, which is very interesting considering where we've just come from in the meta from a kind of a siege point of view.
Yeah, it certainly is. I feel as though with the attacker sort of the gradual move towards attacker favoredness in certain maps, especially Clubhouse. Yeah. You look at like Chalet coming into the map pool and how that's definitely swung things up. That's much more attacker favored map than we're used to having in this pool, but it's still got that defender sort of flavor to it, as most maps in Siege do. I'm excited for the potential of new maps to enter the scene. That is what gets me going. I feel as though Chalet coming in really did invigorate the scene, and even recently as well, Bank coming back is an interesting one too, because sure, it's a map that has been played out in the comp scene for a long time, but it had such a long hiatus that it's brought back, and then suddenly you see all these new ops on this map. I can't wait even for Osa to become available on Bank, because that is going to completely change the dynamic of the way that map works, especially with the prevalence of window play, say on the top floor, and that's what gets me going. I really want to see a 9 map pool. I'm a big advocate for it. But I want to turn this question to you, Kyra. If we had a 9 map pool, what would you put into it? Which of these maps that are sitting on the fringes, maybe they've been in the ranked pool before, what do you think needs to come in?
Right, so straight away, I would say Skyscraper, right? Skyscraper, Consulate, and Theme Park need to come into the map pool, right? And I would get rid of an Oregon or a Clubhouse as well to make the 9 map.
Clubhouse, interesting. I would be in favour of getting rid of Oregon.
Yeah.
I have one reason I wouldn't get rid of Clubhouse, and that's bar stage, right? It's only just come in as an option.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's got to stay. Coastline was, long for the chopping block, and then they revamped it, and I think in some ways that's like a UB decision, because it's like we have to keep this in the pool because we're revamping it, right? You can't just revamp it and then shove it away. So Consulate got rid of, but I would love to see Consulate come back, maybe with some touches up. If Consulate got some touch ups, then that would be perfect. I just want Sky. I just want Sky. You want Sky. I can see that. Yeah, Sky and Theme definitely. I feel like that's got to happen. Yeah. But I would say Oregon out over those two. I feel as though even though it feels like a recent addition, it's stale. It just feels a little bit stale, even compared to like Villa, which has seen no changes at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's so many things. Like, do you know what? Give me like a week, right? And like the best. So like, give me like a kind of, I don't know, a week with like the best dev team in the world, right? Who can like essentially give me any changes that I want. One thing that I would do: add a basement site for Villa, right? That would be one of my one of my like changes I would love to do.
5 sites?
Yeah,
Give us 5 sites. Why not? Like,
And,
like that would be so much fun.
Yeah, exactly. And then on Consulate, I would change, I don't know, like change something up there, make it like a little bit more interesting. I don't know how you do it, but just
I think the garage could use a few shifts around, a
Yeah.
bit more cover in certain places. Maybe extend it outwards. You know the kind of balcony that is in garage?
Yeah.
Maybe just extend it so that is part of the room and there's like a dividing
Yeah.
wall or something. A bit like they did with House, in a
Yeah.
weird way. And then the top floor, remove some windows. Just get rid of some windows. Get rid of
yeah.
tons of windows. That's the biggest problem in Consulate. Get rid of a bunch of the windows.
Get rid of that connector window. That thing needs to go.
Yeah.
Allow
Yeah,
people
that-
to roam between the sites. There's so much things I would love to do to that game, to that map. I love it so much. Like, it actually holds a dear place in my heart. I think it's probably one of the best
Same.
comp maps in terms of strategy,
I
etc.
was really sad to see it go.
Oh, yeah.
I was heartbroken. Like Ace,
Uh-huh.
I was heartbroken. I mean, he was a big advocate. I was a big advocate.
Yeah.
We loved that map with all of our heart, and I want to see it back.
It's
I feel like it's
awesome.
one of the best things in Siege. It's
Yeah.
exemplary Siege. Besides the spawn peaks, get rid of some widows, and then we're good. Then we're good.
Just another thing as well, like I think because the fact that we cast so much Oregon, it's such a staple. I mean, especially when you kind of come up from T4, like it gets worse because like then you start to see good Oregon, and you can appreciate it because you're used to seeing like Oregon is maybe not the best, and it's just like, oh, do you know what? Just get rid of it. It's such a good map, but just get rid of it. I mean, no players love it.
Yeah, they do love it. It's a tough one, right, Oregon, because it's basically 2 solid sites and then really horrible tertiaries. But there's just so little way to kind of spice it up. The one good thing that's happened to Oregon in recent times is like a slight diversification of the way that people attack the basement. And even then, it's not that different, really. They're still coming from the same directions. It's just a bit more spread out. Like you still get the same fights, you still got the same setups. It's just slightly more attacker favored because defenders can't look everywhere at once, and that's about it. There's been very, very little development in Oregon since it came in. I do love the fact that it came in and it was immediately really popular because it is a great map.
Oh yeah.
It's just it's had a lot of time in the limelight.
Interesting one. Here's one for you. The next time that you're casting, Oregon is actually the Beaver State. So there you go. You can refer to it as the Beaver State. The Beaver State, yeah, because apparently they had a lot of beavers or something.
I would imagine so. I don't think they'd call it the Beaver State if it was like primarily populated by like mongoose or something. Like that wouldn't make any sense at all.
But what if it was just a mascot and that's why it was called the Beaver State? Wait a second, the Beaver State.
But you'd get the mascot from something relevant and local, right? It wouldn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Speaking of mascots, there's something that we haven't done, which bring us back to our game, which by the way is still on its way. Don't you worry, guys. We are working out some hitches behind the scenes. Unfortunately, my Discord chat seems to have completely crashed, so my line of communication with backstage is somewhat hampered, but I'm just trusting that everything's going to be sorted out in the meantime. I was talking about the mascots, and bring us back to this game. Delta Bad Hand and Aces. These are the 2 teams that we've got up against each other, and as you know, Cairo, what I love to do in lieu of proper analysis and proper map breakdowns in Bool, what I do instead is pit the 2 mascots against each other and see who would win in a fight. So, we don't have the mascots on the screen right now. Perhaps they'll be brought up at some point in the near future, but I can just describe them to you for the time being. Delta Bad Hand have got this sort of, like, it's a leprechaun, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at no, sorry, it's not a leprechaun. It's a clown. It was small on my screen for a moment.
Oh,
it's a clown.
Yeah.
It's green. Here we go. So
nice,
Delta Bad Hand, this sort of green clown, and Aces is just is that a photographer? What's he holding? It's like an engineer. Oh, it's a pit stop. Is that something they hold at pit stops?
No, I don't think so. I watch a bit of F1 and I don't think I've seen anyone like that.
Is it like a speed
do you know
camera
what it is?
thing?
Do you know what it is? It's the guy who is an 80s film, and it's a 3D 80s film. So he's got like the red and blue goggles for when you want to watch, and he's like giving you a thumbs up because he's ready to watch the film.
So that's a 3D camera. Is that what
No,
you're
not a
saying?
3D camera.
Being-
No. See, like, do you know? Remember when you like used to go to the films?
Yeah, but
And
he's
then
got it on he's got it on like a stand. Are you suggesting that it's kind of a double monocle type deal where he holds it
Yeah.
up to his face?
Yep, that's it. That's exactly
I've
what it is. Yeah.
no, I refuse to believe that that's what it is. Also, what's Aces got to do with it? Oh well, I guess we'll ask them that after this, because finally we've got a game on our hands and we've got something to watch and talk about instead of our meaningless meandering voices. Thank heavens for that.
I mean, quickly, just to kind of go back to our kind of ramble. If we're going to compare, if we're going to quickly compare them,
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, I guess. Go
Aces
on.
is always better than a bad hand.
Oh wow, you're right. Yeah,
Think
we
about it that
literally got like, yeah, this is just poker.
Yep.
Well, Aces should win this, both in terms of their previous record on Clubhouse and their previous record against Rank Monkeys, and the mascot battle. Aces have this match written all over them, which is a bit of a weird thing to do. Maybe they are a hot tub streamer, and this match is watching them. It's a bit meta, but just go with it. This match is watching them, and they just subbed, and now Aces, they've written the match all over themselves, and that's a reward for subbing to Aces, the hot tub streamer. Have I broken you? I'm sorry, Cairo.
Right. Well,
I'm so sorry.
First, let's delve into the bands quickly then. Right. So Habana Thatcher bands, I like them because they've left music up. I thought
That's
for a minute,
true.
for some reason, I was like in my head, I was like, they've banned Habana. This is great. I love it when people ban Habana, leaving Thatcher up, and that means that you just banned it, Tricket. But no, the Thatcher's been banned, so that is not going to be the case. But the Womai ban I like kind of forces people onto the Jaeger, especially on Clubhouse when nades are pretty much huge on this map. And something else that makes me extremely happy after the Womai ban is what Dumfries is on in this attacking lineup.
Dumfries on the Capital, and with the Womai ban, as you mentioned, a perfect way of removing anyone that might be lurking on that rafters position. And of course there are catches available, other catches available in your local stores, such as a Rooney, such as Jaeger, but they do not directly counter the Capital. I believe a Rooney will stop firebolt, but you have to be firing it through that door. And of course there are ways of burning it. The Womai can be stacked up, and really the only angle that you're going to be shooting those Capital bolts from is from that main door on Garage. So once you've burnt that Syria gate once, if it's even there, then you've got free reign to go at the player afters with those firebolts. The added dimension to this, however, is what you're seeing right now. Rizuk bringing those Kona stations, bringing the Thunderbird, extra protection for anyone that is up there. A bit of a buff, extra time perhaps to move away from any location that gets a bit too hot, literally. And we'll see how that works out. It does seem as though Mali may be the one to play that position, but of course there are still a fair few moving parts as the setup has been done. Full electrocution here from the Kaid and the Bandit, so expect some difficulties in the breaching department. Matems will play a big part when it comes to breaking down these walls.
I mean, the Maverick can't get picked up. A potential bandit trip coming out here. And there we go. The two bandit charges going straight onto the wall. And, well, the Maverick will be confirmed to actually need to do his work. Imagine we'll need to see some action towards Garage. A kind of two-pronged approach from the teams here. As we do see, looks as if Sondanos is already opening up the 51 window. But again, this is the point now, Jerry, is we need to kind of just sit and wait for all the action to happen. Right now, we're seeing finally the Maverick and the Sledge doing their work on towards the main breach area. Sondanos is putting the pressure in towards this bandit. And, well, it's going to work out. As there goes Comrade Banley, there goes the bandit, there goes NAC4 that will maybe use for potential late planting. That's a great pick for them. And, well, they'll take that advantage.
And there are 3 more C4s on the side of Delta Bad Hand, so it's certainly a big part of their strategy. Is they know that holding onto this position is going to be difficult with these particular bans in play. James does take out Spack. That's the sledge removed and a pair of nades gone, but Soundanos is just walking in. He wants to add to his tally. He may even get healed. No, he's going to shoot out the Kona station, engage with the mute. A couple of whiffed bullets back and forth there. But it's actually Dai who takes a kill. Soundanos finally claimed the mute as well as Manu. Now it's all up to James, who is scarpering back to sight. He's got a lot in front of him, but Soundanos is not stopping. He's charging like a bull through the entire map. Gathers 3 on the round for himself. The Catalyst and the final nail in the coffin. Fantastic play there from the Ace's ace.
Well, he was charging through that site like a bull, but he had as much grace as a bull as well. The gunfights weren't great, but they got the job done. Church and Arsenal is our next site here for Delta Bad Hand versus Aces. They obviously want to just continue through. They maybe might not know where they went wrong last time, Jerry, so they're thinking to themselves, right, let's go bottom floor. Let's see where we can kind of shoot up and see where things are going. Looks like they're going to bring a cap can and an alibi. Now, alibi has been seeing a lot of play considering the fact she has got a shield. The MX4 Storm does. Does it still have its 1.5? I believe it does.
I do believe it does. It got a bit of a recall nerf recently,
Yeah.
but they were a little bit more forgiving to her than they were to, say, Frost, who lost the scope a while back.
Yeah. But the fact is, I like the fact that they've picked up cap can. Obviously, if you can stack those cap cans, etc. But right now, Aces are doing a lot of good drone work, so I don't expect they'll get caught out by it.
Yeah, that was a strong round from Aces through and through. And to be fair, it was almost off the back of Soundanos alone. That entry into the site directly was only really enabled because of his good gunplay on the window in the first place. And really, I think that maybe Comrade Barney, he wanted to make a play, right? He was peeking that window aggressively and didn't necessarily need to. He had the option to fall back to red stairs and play for time. They had the C4s in pocket, and it was certainly an option for Delta Bad Hand to just concede ground, play for the post plant, or play for the retake with that many C4s. But they didn't execute that strategy at all. They kind of played as though they had extra bulletproof utility in places, more intel than they actually did, for instance. That's the kind of aggression that you expect when you've got a Valkyrie on the board, when you've got bulletproof cameras up. That's not what's being brought by Delta Bad Hand on that defense. We can see there is a little bit of a change up here, as they did have the option to go back to cash, but are instead deciding to move to the basement, and they do have a bit more of that bulletproof utility in place, although it's not actually been set yet, as I can see Comrade Bunny still has that camera in pocket. The main difference here is that cap can, bringing that newly reworked op with the ability to stack EDDs, as mentioned. This brings a lot more lethality to the table for this once sidelined operative.
Yep, definitely. Oh, no, they've let him up the stairs, Jerry. They've let Spack get dropped just like that. There goes your sledge. There goes your soft breach. And, well, that's not going to be too great. He's going to be able to retreat all the way back to site. And I was actually going to kind of actually go away from the casting and kind of go towards a bit patter. But we need to talk about the fact that James was able to pick up that key kill, and he is the man to watch out for Delta Bad Hand. And well, they've already forgave Dirt all the way to their opponents and allow Soundanos to actually get the zero cameras in. And well, he's been able to get so much information off that one camera.
He really has. Spots 3 in sight, but maybe that zap gave the game away as we see Malu react and take it down. And opportunity missed, perhaps, you could argue. Oh, staring at the body of Rian. Dumfries, thankfully, will react quickly enough, swap off the crossbow and onto his para to find the kill. This enables Dai to push up very close, and it seems a very quick rotation here. Dai is pushing fast, and Comrade Barney just melts him, maybe a little bit over-eager from the Yana, and now we're back at the man advantage for the defense. Delta Bad Hand lighting up Dumfries as well, and they are well aware of this heavy blue presence. Dumfries trying to find a pick into that church site, but Matum's in tow. He's also struggling with the intel working against them on this attack. Soundanos, the other element to this attack, has been taken down, and now it's just a blue push here. Dumfries melted by James, and now Matum has 4 in front of him. The tables have turned. James with a second, a third for the round from the cap can. Fantastic showing from James. He is continuing his fine vein of form from a couple of weeks ago. That is drawing us level 1-1 the scoreline.
Yeah, that was a great round there. On the defence, I mean, James probably the biggest proprietor of everything for Delta Bad Hand. And, I mean, the fact he was able to get that kill onto the sledge was so big. And there was a drone that actually passed the player on main stairs. So a bit of misdrone and a bit of miscommunication there from the attackers. Or maybe they did see it. I don't know what happened. The reaction was so slow. And the fact that James was able to pick up that kill was absolutely huge. But Dumfries posed a very important question in the old chat, Jerry. I don't know if you saw it. Did you?
I didn't, but what I was thinking about was the lack of hard breach. Was it anything to do with the hatches being shut constantly throughout? Because that was a big problem.
That was a big problem.
What did
I
he
didn't even
ask?
think about that. He asked, what's the next evolution of Rhyhorn?
I'm not sure. No, wait. Rhyhorn is it doesn't evolve.
It does evolve.
Really? Oh, I'm clearly just a Gen 1 babe. I can't remember. Did they add evolutions for Rhyhorn, or was he always? Am I thinking of a different one?
I'm not too sure about that.
I
just know that he does have a second evolution.
Drop your answers in chat.
Yeah, drop your answers in chat. Tell us if you know. But right, we are heading back to CCTV and Cash, where we see Delta Bad Hand and Aces go at it once again. Remember last time it was a 51 window where Sondanos was able to jump in and, well, just pick up frag after frag. A charging bull just seeing red. The only red being was the blood of his opponents. Can he do the exact same thing again? It probably won't happen, considering the fact he has came off the butt. Oh, the Cade is actually out of position there on the bottom of Garage. If there was maybe a quicker reaction, he could have got picked up there. Mali actually been able to escape. And right now, Aces probably just going to go about their normal business.
I think he's trying to trick these walls beneath him, which is an interesting move. And the fact that we haven't got a Hibana on field means that it's going to be especially difficult, because your prime option for breaching those would usually be a Hibana, and that's the easiest counter when you're trying to or that's the easiest thing to counter with an Electroclaw, excuse me. The timing of it is just a little bit favoured there, but the options that Aces have, they have Ace, for instance, they have the Maverick, which just bypasses anything like that, and they have the Thermite, which is too quick. Doesn't look like strategically they're set up to do that, and it looks like they're losing bodies very quickly as well. Spacey Bobcat and Malu felled, so some presence dealt with. Comrade Barney also removed from the picture, and this is such a quick round from Aces.
Huge round from the Aces so far, and now it's all up to Ree and James, but can they do the business, Jerry? I don't think they can, because a minute 40 left and 5 very hungry players looking to pick up those frags. It looks as if James has went below to try and scarper something, and as Ree goes through the rotates, the Aces pick up the flawless round here, Jerry, and my God, was it flawless. It was genuinely, you couldn't actually fault them, because they did everything right. They just picked apart their opponents.
Yeah, it was even more dominant than the previous Clash attack, right? Like, this is a problem now for Delta Bad Hand, is that their primary site is weak. They don't want that. They know that, for instance, now they're going to have to be relying on picking up that second Church Arsenal site. And now they're kind of forced onto their tertiary. Jim Bedram coming through here, and we can see the mirror come out. She's very effective here more than anywhere on Clubhouse. Rook being brought, interestingly enough, by James, and stuck as the 6-pick is spent on a Legion to Legion. 6-pick on the other side, though, a little bit more meaningful. Capital being spent in favour of the Nomad, perhaps reading into the fact that we see the mirror here, we see the Rook. It's probably an off-site. It's probably the Gym, as they're expecting, and they have maybe no use for the Capital when it comes to this strategy. So Nomad locking down the flanks should be very useful, considering that was essentially what cost them the previous attack, or their only lost round so far.
It's going to be interesting to see how the attackers interact with this extension as well. We look towards the hard breach department. Jerry Meatum's the only Maverick. I mean, the thing is, though, if they can keep the Maverick safe, that's going to be huge, because you only necessarily need to breach Jacuzzi if you can clear in towards Cash efficiently enough. This is the thing, though. You can't really clear Cash without breaching into it, And this is where it gets worrying for me, because how the attackers interact with this is going to be absolutely huge. And the only nades, oh no, you've got actually 3 sets of nades. Never mind. I was going to say the only nades you have is the one on the Maverick and the Sledge, and if they don't work, then you're kind of goosed. But you actually have Diana there as well.
Yeah. She just brings everything, doesn't she? 2 nades, gone 6. I mean, it's the reason you see Finker so often nowadays as well. But she's just arguably better, that utility, the infinite droning almost. Infinite droning that bypasses Mozzie, is just fantastic. The only real downside to that being that you can't have a flank Gemini. You can't just leave it be and let other people help you. We're seeing a lot of pressure downstairs, and this is very smart from Aces. They have that buck. They're moving in to try and dislodge the positions of these mirror windows. Diet looks like he's taken a tumble, so he's going to get a little bit of treatment, I suppose you could call that. Hopefully he'll be res soon. There we go. And we're back up to 5 men. But that has taken a significant chunk out of Ace's timer. And they need to be using this time efficiently. As we can see, they're already struggling somewhat with opening this jacuzzi wall. Thankfully, looks like Matems is on it.
Taking our time.
Yep.
That's it. You don't need to kind of force anything right now.
No rush.
Yep, exactly. There is no rush. Minute 30 to go. And well, they're kind of just doing the right things and just taking their time. And at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to do that. Looks as if they have gained control of Bar, and there is one Roma to contest. It is Ree on the Legion. Getting ready to peek. Dumfries and Nomad's the one to take the fight, but not winning it out. Eventually does. The first advantage being picked up there. There is another player, though, in towards Stock, Jerry, but will he be picked up? Will Dumfries maybe get some sort of support? As Sundanos is actually in the site. I do not know exactly what's happening. C4 goes out, finally shuts down Sundanos. The Mira being able to actually somewhat scupper back something in this round. The nade sails out as Comrade Barney picks up Die. Now, there's only 2 remaining players. It is your Sledge, it is your Maverick to win this one out, and, well, James is still out on the roam.
Malu relocating, though, knowing that bathroom is far too difficult to hold, and that does allow the opening force back, but Comrade Barney pops up out of nowhere to take him down. Now, Matems has a bit more intel to work with. He knows roughly where every one of these defenders are, but the problem is they're peeking him, and he's on minimal HP now as James will land that final blow. Great defense here from Delta Pad Hand, and they are continuing to roll with the punches that Aces deal. Seems as though, as long as it's not cash, then they're getting their money's worth.
Well, we'll need to see if it is going to pay dividends here in this game, Jerry. A lot of investment, and it looks as if the investment isn't actually in cash. It's in Church and Arsenal this time round, which means for the last and final round that we are going to have to go towards that site that has failed oh so often. There are certainly in a tough position here, because if Delta Bad Hand can't win this site out, then they essentially have a choice between Church and Arsenal, which they've just lost, or Cash and CCTV, which they haven't won yet. Imagine we probably will see this site 2 times in a row. If not, we're guaranteed to see Church and Cash. Jerry, or maybe we might get a treat. Maybe we might see we'll see double bar.
Maybe. It would be really nice. It doesn't look like it's in Delta Bad Hand's repertoire, unfortunately, for the time being, but certainly when we flip over to Ace's defensive half, they may well have something up their sleeve. Maybe a Jack or a King, or I don't know. What cards are better? I don't know. I don't play cards very often. Aces have also got the benefit of 3 players that have played together for a while, if I'm not mistaken. So they may well have a slightly wider strat book. We've seen that they are, on paper, the favoured side coming into this on Clubhouse at the very least. And really the reason we were looking at that in the first place is because they managed to rack together attacks. Now, if they grab a third here in either of these next 2 rounds, they will be sitting pretty. It is up to Delta Bad Hand to deny them that opportunity. It's imperative that they do so. They're going to be doing so by sticking James once again on the roam. This time he's got the Vigil in his hands as opposed to the Cap Can.
I think the Vigil will actually waste a lot more time than what a Cap can.
Yeah.
I can't believe if I just had to say that sentence.
How many caps could a Cap can if a Cap can could can caps?
Do you know something? I would love to respond, but I struggle enough casting as it is, so we'll move on very quickly. It seems as if Sondanos is going to be the first one to take a gunfight with our Roma of James, the Vigil. I don't know exactly where he has relocated to. Oh no, it's down by main entrance, and those Vigil spikes will be wasting a lot of time because, well, they can't actually locate where he is, and his Vigil spikes actually they go through the floor. Pardon me, just a little bit there. So with that being said, the drones will be kind of being locate the Vigil through spikes on their screen, which gets bigger as you get closer to the Vigil. But on top of that, he could potentially be on the bottom floor site, on the actual site, and still be given spikes to those drones.
We've seen some very nice vertical play here by Sandanos, breaching 2 floors at once and working the angle from this office on the very top. Logistics, they are still aware potentially of James and maybe turning a blind eye to him for the time being. Perhaps they've got a flank drone up inside of construction. There it is, Sandanos just hopping on it for the time being. And of course, as soon as James activates that ERC, which he is doing right now, they are aware of his rough location, but as you can see right there, the drones just pass him by. He is a ghost. He's invisible to these gadgets for the time being. Yeah, this is great Vigil play. He's wasting so much time here. You can see how many operators, 3 at the moment, with only 54 seconds left. 3 operators on the attack, hunting him down on drones. It's 5v5. Oh my goodness me, he could absolutely win this round for the Delta Bad Hand squad right now.
He really could, and well, it all depends on this gunfight. Sondanos able to escape with his life. The new flash grenade doesn't actually manage to blind James. Now it does, but nobody's capitalising on this. Sondanos actually running away, potentially thinking of a relocation, or maybe where James is. Free files come out. James still not being picked up, but 20 seconds remain on this execute. It needs to come through soon, and with that being said, it may actually end up leaving James with a huge amount to actually upset this. There we go. Spack wins the first gunfight. James getting taken out now. 2 great frags for the defense, but Die taking out Spacey on the refrag is huge. Lots of players getting down, and it's all down to Die. But it's the time that is the real winner. The defenders winning out that round, probably by the bare bones as well. The Roma of James is probably the biggest payout of that round, but we are going to cash Jerry. It is confirmed. So, our Ace is going to be able to continue their form on this site.
Perhaps. I mean, the cash has just been a completely different story for these teams, but you've got to... I have to turn my eye back to that round and just give a massive shout out to James. He was the reason that they won that round, hands down. Like, I've never seen a Vigil waste that much time on any map. It was literally the timer hitting the red before he was even dealt with, and you saw it at the very end. It was actually looking a little bit, you know, rough for Delta Bad Hand down there on the site when it came to the execute. Imagine if all of the resources, all of the time from Aces had been spent on that execute instead. They very much could have taken that. It was surprising to see how dilly-dally-y they were. And that is an adjective. I will decree it right now. So they have to really work on those attacks, it would seem, Aces, which is funny because we sung their praises going into this.
Yeah.
In terms of the quality and, well, just the numbers of attacks they managed to put through on Clubhouse. Maybe it is due to their proficiency attacking this cache site, and we will see.
Definitely. Well, maybe it's just the proficiency of using this really unique tactic that they have. I don't know if you've seen it. It's basically Sondanos go kill. It's really in depth, but that's basically...
It's groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's inspired stuff from the Aces squad. You can see Sandanos spawning away from the team here, doing a bit of his own drone work into rafters for the time being. He's managed to pick up the opening frag around this side of the map multiple times. Usually, once it was from highway window, and then the other time it was just picking off player on rafters. So this time Dumfries is being tasked with highway window himself. We see Matums and Spack going at this main east breach and replaying beneath. We've got a slight change up in the strategy here from Delta Bad Hand. First round we saw them going very heavy on the C4s. Then we saw them trying to deny Rafters and just being picked off very early on, maybe not getting their setup down correctly. Now, instead, we've got a lot of bulletproof resistance here. You've got the shields, you've got the bulletproof cameras, so much intel this time around in the favour of the defensive squad, and you can just expect here that James, being put in this suicide position, he knows that this is where his team need to make it or break it. The Rafters has been their demise so many times here, but put your Starman there on a dock and maybe he can work a miracle.
Well, the miracles need to come soon, but the thing is though, they do know exactly where he is. I don't know, what is that skin? I've never seen that skin before, but
It's cool.
yeah, it's pretty decent, and it seems to be trying. Oh, it's the skin from a couple seasons ago. Mozzie has a similar one, and this is my first time ever seeing this skin actually being played because Finca is now finally in the meta. Looks as if James still holding down the Rafters area, but it's Ree and, well, Mali to actually put the first infliction in towards this round, taking out Dai on Sundanos, the two players that have been fragging out so often. Dumfries trying to win this gunfight in towards Stock, get the refrag, but doesn't seem to be able to do so. Puts some damage on towards Ree and finally picks up that kill. We have stemmed the bleeding somewhat. They need to be able to pick up the frag. There we go. James gets taken out. A lovely shot from Dumfries. He's starting to come alive now as the smokes start to delay the push in through the breach. Comrade Barney has shut down Spack, and it's all up to Dumfries and Matums now.
Comrade Barney in a very advanced position, but he's picking up Dumfries as well now. The Finca down, can't res herself, all up to Matums. He's been in this position before, effectively a 1v3, takes it down to a 1 versus 2, but has that bulletproof camera reading into his exact location. No frags to remove it. Mali will hold the angle and claim the final kill of this half as we head into a solid 4-2 split for Delta Bad Hand. 3 rounds in a row, and they finally stump Aces on that cash defense.
Yes, finally they win that one out, and it's a 4-2 half in favour of the defenders. We talked about it, the fact that it was slowly going back towards that 4-2 split. The defenders starting to take a slight advantage, and well, after Delta Bad Hand having a bad start, they've certainly made amends for it now. But thing is though, totally different scenario now as we move on towards the second half of this map, as both sides have switched, and well, completely different mentality, completely different set of demands put upon both teams. CCTV Cash is our first battlegrounds for this half.
That was a really nice shot from Dumfries. The second kill of the round, or his second kill of the round, to take down the player on Rafters. That was James. You absolutely expect the Doc to win that engagement, but it was a beautifully swung gunfight that he took there. And like, if he loses that, then there's no hope for Aces on the attack. And luckily, he took it down. Unfortunately, though, it was a good rally from Aces afterwards that just sealed the deal. So yeah, a quite a back and forth round, that one. Certainly not 100% convincing from Aces, but they got the job done, and that was all they needed to do. So, from Delta Bad Hand on the defense. Now Aces are on the defense, and we see them setting up this site. We're seeing Spacey Bobcat bring the Thermite. First time we've seen him today. We didn't really see any multiple hard breach on the side of Aces when they were attacking. They were just content bringing the Maverick and expecting him to get all of his jobs done. And it's expecting quite a lot of your hard breach, to be honest, especially on this site when you want to be opening up multiple angles, say into garage and entryways, for instance, and then maybe applying some pressure onto construction. We didn't really see that from Aces, yet it didn't hinder them too much, it seemed, overall, with, a 66% hit rate on that site, despite the lack of that dedicated hard breach. So we'll see if Spacey Bobcat's presence on the Thermite will make a massive difference when it comes to Delta Bad Hands attacks. But of course, they're being faced with Aces who are bringing something different of their own, the Mute, to hold them at bay, specifically when it comes to the drone work.
Yep, a minute gone already, and 3 players have been committed to the main breach and opening it. I don't know if that's necessarily a great idea, Jerry, considering a utility can be used elsewhere, but if that's what Delta Bad Hand feel like they need to do, then just go ahead, make yourselves feel comfortable. James is doing drone work below, trying to see if he can find out anybody down in the bar area. And well, right now, just need to kind of see how things go. It looks as if that drone has been muted off, as you've seen there, and still no control or any pressure in towards Garage. That's worrying for me, considering Garage is such an important part of this take. But I
Oh, he's
believe
in.
someone's managed to get into sight. Is that an Ayana drone?
I would hope so, because otherwise they've slipped through the radar. Yeah, it must have been. Otherwise, that person would be dead already, peeking the wind or the top of red. There's the real Yana jumping in and taking out Dumfries. Fantastic engagement there. Left on very little HP, but anything beyond this point is a bonus for the Yana. Great little wall bang there coming through from the cash site. Comrade Barney, though, will find Sam down as the C4 goes out to take out Comrade Barney, and it's effectively a 3 versus 3 now. 50 seconds left. Where is Diffuser, Cairo?
It was still in spawn, they still hadn't picked it up, and it's still not made its way to the breach. Sprat taking out Mali is absolutely huge, considering James still stranded in the middle of site. Finally, we see Ree actually moving on towards default, but Spacey Bobcat still outside of breach. The mute manages to escape, and there we go, a huge C4 coming out there from Die, and now Spacey Bobcat almost stuck outside, will get a sound call as soon as he moves through the breach because of the electricity. A little yelp will alert all defenders. They're waiting. 15 seconds remaining. Can they pick up this thermite, or will he potentially collect the last 2 remaining kills? Looks towards red, doesn't win the gunfight. Looks towards rafters, nobody's there. 4 seconds remain, and well, it looks as if the time is going to go 000. Spacey Bobcat is going to put in the dirt by Mateums. A great round there by Aces to manage to somehow wrestle that back from the clutches of Dealt a Bad Hand. 4-3 on the scoreline, and well, we'll have to move towards basement after this round.
It was a solid one from Aces, to be honest with you. And that C4 did seem big at the time, but I do believe that James had already been downed earlier on. So that C4 claimed the life of the person on default, the Nomad, as well as confirming the down. Don't worry about our faces. I'm sure they'll reappear in a split second. There we go. Hello. Nice to see you all again. So we do have a pause coming through. Whether it's a tech pause or attack pause, I'm not entirely sure, but I didn't spot it at the time. It is a tack pause, I am being told. And you've got to expect that's probably from Delta Bad Hand. I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll probably get confirmation on that as well. It's Aces.
It was Die that called it.
Oh, you're right. It was Die that called it. So, yeah, Ace is calling that tack time out despite the victory. But, you know, they want to be thinking about how they move forward onto the next site. Or, of course, I mean, yeah, it could be Church. It could be Jim. They maybe want to mix things up. This is an opportunity to do that. But we'll see.
I mean, this is the thing. We're now heading towards the bottom floor site, and there is so many iterations of this bomb site and how to hold it. I mean, from the SSG style roam to complete bunker down to, I mean, kind of half-hearted SSG roams. It really is an interesting site to kind of digest from a tactical point, and whether they're maybe just going towards their tac books and thinking about what strategy is going to be employed. It's certainly not any sort of extensive roam from what I can see from the operator pickup.
I called it though. Look at this. Gym bedroom is the site. So we are actually getting that top floor coming through. It is a mix-up. Matum switching to that Aruni, although the Frost may telegraph it somewhat. Not too sure. We'll see how Aces react to it. Of course, Delta Bad Hand react to it. Of course, in this day and age, you want to be bringing that Swiss Army knife on attack. Everything you need for any eventuality, any site, and there are certainly ways of doing that. As you can see the lineup here, very versatile, exemplified by James on that 0, who essentially now with the extra secondary hard breach that is a bit of a buff to anyone that happens to have that secondary utility in their loadout. He really does pick every lock. He can do literally anything you ask of him now. Create a runnable hole into a site, no problem. Create, remove any sort of wall denial that's there or any key utility, no problem. Just zap a SAM-cam in there and send the zap away onto that utility. Get some intel, no problem. The SAM-cam will do that as well. And he's got a solid gun to boot. So expect to see a fair amount more 0 in the coming weeks and months of Siege across the tiers. I expect him to be a really big presence.
I can easily see that as well. But right now, we are going to have to see exactly how this extension works out. Is already we're seeing players and Attacker's so close. Oh no, Sundano's getting ready to swing, but gets taken up. Not to be advised, swinging like that. And there goes your Jaeger. And there goes the extension as well, as Dai isn't even ready to take up the positioning of Sundanos. Jerry, this round could be over before it's even started.
Yeah, die by name, but not by nature, as he doesn't want to sacrifice himself just yet. That being said, he is on rafters. Bit of a suicide spot. He is falling back into Oil Pit, and that's probably far beyond the reach of Delta Badhand, despite the knowledge that he is there. They need to invest their time and utility in other places, and we see them doing that quite proficiently here, as we've got both Jacuzzi and CC Breach open within the first minute, or just over it. Maliu, wow, getting absolutely slapping back Die there, expecting the peak from the Frost. Maybe that intel was wisely used. They call, he drops into Oil Pit, could be going for that peak, and he certainly got caught out.
Well, now things get worse because, well, Matums really has to pick up the slack from the rest of his team. The rest of his team being Diane Sandanos, Dumfries and Spike also very, very close. And needs to be almost Sentinel-like in the way that they're going to have to hold this site. They can't be picked up. It's almost like a house of cards. You pick one up and well, they can just run through the site. But Matum's picking up Comrade Barney. Finally, we see something of an answer back from the defence. Looks as if the Mira window has been hit, but will be shot out, allowing the Mira to do her work. 4 versus 3 though, and things are starting to get even more worrying.
Oh, is that a hot drop?
45 seconds remaining, and they're going to pick up that K. Dumfries getting shot down, and Spat. Mali is down, but not out. Matums has decided to rotate out, and Jerry, this is a winnable situation because it's 4 versus 1 and 30 seconds remaining. And as I say that, I obviously cuss it. James picks up the last shooting player.
He picks up his teammate as well. Play of the week right there for me. What a beautiful hot drop. Coordinated there between James and Spack. Excellent work. Opening up the Jacuzzi breach at the start of the round. We even saw James on the sledge claim the life of the peaking Frost. And then it was all action. All stations ready for the execute there by the boys from Logi office. What a hatch drop. That's gotta be top 10 moments of Bull for me. I loved it. All right.
Even better than the 5-second ace.
Oh no, I mean the 5-second ace will go down in history, no doubt about it. But that's up there. That was just beautifully done. The comedic value alone gives that a nice little bookmark for me.
Right, well, 5-3 for Delta Bad Hand, and although we're singing the praises, it looks as if aces. Well, they may be short of a card for this win, Jerry, as Delta Bad Hand are not looking too bad at all. I don't know if I can see aces coming back into this with the way that Delta Bad Hand are playing. They somehow just seem to keep extending their lead, somehow seem to just keep themselves ahead of aces. Yes, it's only been 2 rounds, but that last round was not convincing at all. They have went towards the bottom floor and decided not to go back towards the gym bedroom defense, which poses a question of, do you actually know what went wrong in that last round, or are you just kind of wanting to go with the momentum, keep rolling with the punches and see exactly what is going on?
Well, they clearly had that tack time out and thought, yeah, we're going to go to gym, we're going to mix it up. But, I mean, they were actually not good. I was going to follow that up with a smart and witty comment, but they were actually not good is what came out of my mouth. So that's what you're getting. Sorry, everybody. We can see Die on the roam here, and he's had a fantastic game so far. 7 and 4 is nothing to sniff at. Although James is clearly the star of this lobby with 10 kills under his belt. KD of 2 as well. 10 and 5 is pretty nice. Not bad, not bad. Die sitting there. For the time being, he is the one trying to make an impact, although he has jumped back to site already. So, as I say that, looks like they are turtling up for the time being. Delta Bad Hand having this open entryway into Dirt Tunnel, which is being contested a little bit passively here. This is about as far back as you're likely to see the smoke place his shield, and he will offer some resistance for the time being. Those Toxic Babes, in this instance, usually spent a bit earlier in the round, and that's not the worst thing at all. You can see some C4s on the lineup, as well as impacts to try and deny the kitchen hatch, which has been a bit of a problem in the past for both, or for at least for aces on their attack. We'll see if Delta Bad Hand have as much trouble as they did on their attack. And now the nade coming out will displace Spack for the time being. May well have removed the shield as well. Unfortunately, we don't have sound on our end, so we sometimes miss out on a couple of key details. But there's the shield still up and waiting. Drone comes through and it will pass Matems by. They are playing this very passive here, going dirt tunnel, but they have wasted a decent amount of time.
A huge amount of time has been wasted, and it's a minute and 10 seconds left. And remember, those impacts are available to displace any sort of hard breach charge, which only there is 2 of in the form of Thermite. Yes, we can maybe get the Maverick to do the work, but that's a different scenario indeed. And well, I mean, who cares when you've just got James that can walk in towards site, shut down straight away, dies taken down, and finally we see James drop to the dot. 3 versus 2 with 45 seconds remaining. It seems as if Aces have managed to clamber back this round. Spacey Bobcat and Comrade Barney. No more Comrade Barney, it's all up to Spacey Bobcat now. There's only the Thermite. He's scrambling down the main stairs. 35 seconds remaining. Has to go through on a Renegade, so his time, or not his time, his position will be given away as soon as he pops that Renegade. Lots of guns trained, lots of bullets flying, but nobody wanting to make a move. 20 seconds remain. Finally, we see Spacey Bobcat move forward through. He's going to go through a second one. He's going to use a smoke this time, but Die is ready. Will Spacey Bobcat go for it? Nope, he won't, because Matems is there with the SMG-11 to shut him down.
Great hold by the defenders there, but you've got to say that there just wasn't a follow-up from Delta Bad Hand when it came to the execute. There was one man doing all the work for the attackers, and that was James. As per usual, to be quite honest with you, he's been the shining star on this squad so far today, and he grabbed a couple of great entry kills. He forced his way out of Dirt Tunnel, and there wasn't a quick enough reaction to him. Unfortunately, the fights elsewhere didn't go Delta Bad Hand's way, and I don't think we saw a single kill from anyone else that round. So he will be feeling the weight of his team on his back at the moment. They need to step it up on this attacking half. They've managed to gather one attack, and that is on that gym attack the previous round. They have the opportunity to go there maybe once again, but if they want to lock this out in regulation, they've got to win on one of these staple sites. We are back here on Cash, one of said staple sites, and Aces beginning their setup. You see a little bit of a flexaroo though on the side of Delta Bad Hand as the Jackal is coming through on James. Maybe just feeling the gun, I don't know, but either way it's going to help with the roam clear, if there is any from Aces.
Yeah, I was going to say if there is any, and I don't think, if I remember correctly, there was much going on in terms of the roam. Another thing I wanted to point out is, well, if we do see this go 5-5 for Aces and Delta Bad Hand, Jerry, we are going to have to go towards the tertiary site of Gym Bedroom, and we need to see Aces win that. That's one to keep your eye on. Whether that happens, different story entirely. I really do have to question that Jackal pick, because I mean, yes, he's got a shotgun secondary, yes, he has smokes, but in terms of utility, in terms of what his gadget actually brings, he doesn't actually have that much.
Yeah, you could be bringing a Yana, gaining very similar amounts of intel, but with the benefit of frags on a Gon 6. Yeah, it's a bit puzzling. So, we'll see how that plays out for them. Early setup is still being completed here by Aces, pretty much done now. And you can see they're actually barricading off construction. That's an interesting one. So they want to play construction here. They've got the open hatch and impacts beneath. I like this.
This is nice.
Yeah. It is nice. It's really weird not having the game sound, right? You don't get as hyped.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But right now, we need to focus on what's happening. It seems as if we've already got the main breach open already from the Maverick. I believe it was the left panel to allow an easy run in on towards the default area. Sundanos, the man on rafters holding down that position as well, looks to put some pressure below Garage and try and smoke him out with flashes, and then a need to follow up for the kill. Right now, we're just getting some information. James, he's getting a lot of damage. I don't know whereabouts that is actually from. I believe it may be outside, but right now, he's got to need to worry about the fact that whoever was contesting him was dead.
Oh, he roam clearing Die, it would seem. And yeah, he definitely was losing that fight. You could see him spending bullets I'm doing a lot of reading from the UI, and that breach being opened, I was like, I can see the swearing thermite in my subtitles. So yeah, that's how that's how I know what's going on in some cases here, which is quite fun. It's a good test. James is now very sort of thankful that this barricade is here, because it means he doesn't need to worry so much about clearing into construction. He knows that it's safe to sort of sit inside a master bedroom, not get swung on for the time being, so he can maybe hop on drone and do a little bit of work for his team. Dumfries holding by Swamp Stairs. Now, this is an interesting one, as he knows the breach is close on his right. The peek comes through from James, but that low HP will cost him. As Spack just finds him there with the SMG-11, and expecting maybe a follow-up, but that is a solo push from James, and it's only gathered 1 kill, leaving not much of a dent in this defense. Aces look set to hold on for another round.
Yes, they certainly do. I believe there is some sort of problem with the wall, but there's no problem with the bullets as they go right through Sundanis' skull. Flare on top of red is going to have to be an absolute bastion to hold this down as well. The push will look to come from that position. Dumfries has relocated up towards the site. Matums, that bastion, is doing the work. The Jaeger peeking out. Here comes a nade. Will they pick up anybody? No. It seems to be picking up all the damage, and a double kill from Dumfries picks up the round for Aces, and now we go towards a problem, a conundrum that Aces will need to break down, Jerry. That is, how do you win in the gym bedroom site?
How do you solve a problem like Gym Bedroom, as Maria would say? No, it's not Maria that says that. It doesn't make any sense. Well, unless she was singing in third person, which I'm pretty sure she wasn't. It's been a while since I've watched The Sound of Music, and honestly, it's quite long, and I didn't take all of it in. There's something about Germans and hills.
The only interaction I've had with the Sound of Music, I think, is that what it's called, The Sound of Music? Yeah. Yeah. The only interaction I've had with it is when I watched the film from Quentin Tarantino, Inglourious.
Oh yeah. It's got a. I can't remember exactly what happens in that with it.
There's a nice like little reference to it.
Oh, okay. So it's really subtle, yeah. I've seen Inglourious Basterds a couple of times, and I vaguely remember that there's a reference to it, but I couldn't remember. It blends into one with all of the many references to Sound of Music. I swear I remember there being like a kind of... For a while there was a BBC advert when they were hunting for like the new Maria for the stage show. There was a BBC advert where they had like dozens of Marias like singing over a hilltop, and that clip lives rent-free in my mind to this day, because it's really kind of... I don't think it was meant to be, but it's genuinely terrifying. Like, it's scary. I have nightmares about like infinite Marias.
What a weird phobia that would be. Maria phobia?
Yeah, I suppose that actually sounds like it should be a phobia as well. It's got a nice ring to it. It rolls off the tongue. Maria phobia.
Maria phobia. Well, right now, I mean, we'll need to see what phobias these two teams have.
Nice segue.
Bedroom. Thank you.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Right.
I try my hardest. But point is we do see the thermite is going towards and towards the extension. Sorry, if I could get my words out finally. Space Bobcat and Ree the ones to do the work there, but there is actually a rotate for the Mozzie to creep out of and peek in towards the breach area, but no one is going to fall privy to that, and well, it's all up to the Zero to hold down. I mean, essentially all you're doing is committing a man to stop anyone peeking on towards the master balcony, which is pretty crazy when you think about it's only one window, but how much importance it holds in a round is absolutely huge. Seems as if Dai actually has it dropped below and towards into Bar to maybe contest anybody that does go below. Spack, the only man to hold down Logie with a mirror window, and well, seems as if they have let go of the extension, allowing Ree to walk straight in.
There we go, Die dropping beneath with the C4, playing the long game and taking out Ree, who is having a nightmarish game, unfortunately for him. But fortunately for him, Malu is there to pick up the slack, finding the refrag onto Dumfries, and now it's a 4 versus 4 with breaches open. This is one of the best things about Delta Bad Hand that I've seen so far. They get the job done very quickly in terms of the basic sort of checklist you've got to be doing through Clubhouse. It's one of Fresh's favourite sayings. It's a very formulaic map. It's a very procedural map. You've got step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 1 is being executed perfectly by Delta Bad Hand almost every time. There is step 2, the entry kill, but they are being slapped back by Sound Down. It's a 3 versus 3 now. With 56 seconds left, it could go either way as the flashes start to come through. Aces seem a little bit off-piste here. There are a few players far from the key locations. James, though, being melted from beneath, it would seem, or at range. It's Soundownos, in fact, taking out James. There's the confirm. Die is beneath, working the hatch, and now Spacey Bobcat has that to contend with. Do they walk into Master, or do they melt from the hatch of Jim? He finds Soundownos after the Aruni takes out his fellow Maverick, and now it's effectively a 1v1 up here. But downstairs, Die is lurking. He needs to get back in the game. Spack is holding firm. We see Spacey Bobcat jump into the bathroom. He's now in decent cover. Can try and go for the res, but maybe Comrade Barney will swing it. And this could be a kill right there. Double shotgun goes to Spack. I think he let into that with one shell and found both at the same time. Great double kill. Rare to see from the smoke. And that is taking us all the way to match point for Aces.
Yep, we are now seeing all 12 rounds of regulation, Jerry. And, well, we go to one of my many cliches of the one-round shootout. Well, I'll kind of address exactly what both teams have to win. In our one-round shootout, Aces have the potential to win this map all in all, get the 3 points, and move on with the lives they can call Sunday there. Or if they lose this, they allow Delta Bad Hand into this game, and while both teams secure a point, there is 1 point up for grabs at that. Ree has decided to 6th pick off a Nomad and actually go towards a Diana, which is an interesting pick considering we are heading towards the basement here, Jerry, and you need to watch your flanks, because if you kind of lose your concentration, then this could easily be a round for the other team.
One of the biggest problems Delta Bad Hand had in this last church attack, which didn't go their way, was the hatches. So Comrade Barney, vocally was struggling opening up these hatches, particularly the kitchen one, with the fact that it was electroclawed and the fact that there's the possibility of counterplay from beneath. Certainly the bar hatch is an easier task because of the lack of that counterplay factor. Really, you've only got electricity to contend with, which at best can tickle a Maverick. At worst, though, he opens up a sightline for his own demise. Potentially any aggro player inside of that Moto position can just peek up and take out the head of the Maverick, and that is a high value pick given these bans. So how are Aces setting up for this? Well, they've got plenty of C4s yet again, bit of bulletproof utility in the name of a pair of or a shield and some bulletproof camera, so it is fairly widely spread. But the main sort of thing that stands out to me here is you've got that catching utility and you've got the drone denial. They are wanting to prevent any sort of intel that Delta Bad Hand can gather. That's pretty important because that was essentially what pushed Spack out of this position very early on in the last defense here, and the entry through dirt was the one shining thing in Delta Bad Hand's last attack. And once again, I'm looking at James because he was the reason that we saw them succeed in that front. It's a shame, though, that they weren't able to replicate it elsewhere. That is what they need to do this round.
Yeah, there is 2 minutes remaining here, Jerry, and it seems as if there's a lot of time wasted on clearing out the roam, which is pretty much... Is it non-existent? I don't know if I've caught anybody off-site. Dice sent Oil Pit. They're really taking their time here. And the execution, I can imagine, will be absolutely chaos. A lot of players actually committed in towards dirt to clear out that player, and they've not even got hatches open in terms of kitchen, I don't believe, from what I've seen. It does beg the question exactly how things are going to go here as well. We do see Mali actually start to push down the main stairs. Actually, finally, we see our first sort of ingression in towards the site. Lots of damage being taken up here. Comrade Barney maybe making a mistake there and taking so much damage as well. He'll need that for when the execution comes. There's only a minute left though, Jerry. Can Delta Bad Hand pull this back?
Going to be a tough one. I'm amazed that we've seen this lineup from Aces and barely any roam. I feel like, if anything, Delta Bad Hand have been wrong-footed as they spent so long making sure that the top 2 floors had been cleared, and they kind of expected it with the Mausoleum Mute, that they are left with very little down here. Spack will find the opening frag of the round against James, no less, and that is a fantastic first kill for the defending side. Sitting on match point, they are a man up. Now a lot is invested in this main stairs push.
So much invested. 25 seconds remain here now, Jerry, and while they're being kept out by an Aruni Gate, 2 players are waiting to take this first engagement. It will come through. This is where the diffuser is. This is where all guns need to be. Spacey Bobcat has been dropped. Odai doing the damage. There goes the C4 and 2 huge kills. Matum's winning that one out, but it's a 2v2. 1 player is down. It is Sondanos, Comrade Barney, and Reese scrambling. Only 1 gun alive up on the board, and it's been dropped. It's all up to Ree. Can Spack find him? Yes, he can. 7-5. 4 ACs, they managed to claw it back. They managed to get back into the game on their defensive half. Jerry, 5-1 they won on their defensive half. And will they win it in regulation? 3 points to them.
3 points to them indeed. That is exactly what they will want on their standings. A great showing from Aces. Commiserations to Delta Bad Hand. They put up a great fight. 7-5 is just about the fairest result I can think of between those two sides, because Aces were a cut above, but Delta Bad Hand certainly deserved to take it that far. And it was just great. It was honestly some really, really good defending that we saw from Aces at the end there. Brilliant C4 from Blue. That was the highlight of the final round for me. Made perfect sense. A very nice, and you could see how well set up that was. You had the head level or just above head level holes to toss that C4 through, and it paid dividends for them. So much was riding on that main stairs push, but the setup perfectly countered it. So very nicely done by Aces. Good showing from Spack in that final round, as well as the smoke to hold off and get that entry frag inside of Dirt, because that was really the only thing that Delta Bad Hand had going for them on those basement pushes. So a very, very good showing all round. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, just Aces, you've done it. That was fully deserved.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think overtime probably would have been deserved as well, giving each team a point at the very least, because they were both putting up a good fight. But it was
that one round, right? That one round. If Delta Bad Hand had pulled that back and taken us to overtime, then they deserve it. You deserve what you get in this game quite often, and that was just exactly what we saw.
Well, Jerry, we've deserved everything that we've got tonight. All the drama, everything. We were amazing as always. I mean, us as casters are faultless. We can never do anything wrong.
Yeah, we deserve the best. That's what we're saying, because we are the best. So thank you for joining us very much. Of course, I'm joking. Thank you very much to Peak, especially, who's been an absolute star behind the scenes today on both production and observation for this final game. And I am also blessed to be here with Cairo, who's been riding through the whole set of 3 games. He's been a fantastic caster, I'm sure you'll agree. I'm excited for tomorrow, because I'm involved in some capacity tomorrow. It may be as an observer, it may be as a caster. We will see. It'll be mix and match depending on what's going on behind the scenes. But from me and from Cairo and from everyone at Bull, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed these games, and we will see you again soon. Goodbye.